Good afternoon and welcome fellow councillors, officers and members of the public to South Kesteven District Council planning meeting on Thursday the 24th of June 2021. Do apologise for the late start, but we did have a couple of technical issues. I am not aware that there is a practice fire drill will be taking place, so if the fire alarm does sound, then please vacate the building and the meeting point is at the front of the building. We have in the chamber today myself, Jeff Upton as Interim Head of Planning, Phil Moore as Principal Planning Officer, Chris Brown as Principal Planning Officer, Ramanda Beavis, Development Planning Officer, Legal Advisor Martha Rees, and Democratic Officers Shelley Thurkle and Alice Atkins. Please note that public speakers have 3 minutes to speak and ward councillors have 5 minutes. Shelley will advise you when you have 30 seconds left. You may finish your sentence, but not another paragraph. And we do have some public speakers today.
Good afternoon, everybody. Going through speakers, agenda item 4, that is part heard, no speakers permitted, and agenda item 5, likewise. Agenda item 6, the applicant's agent, Karen Hindley. Is Karen here? Thank you. Agenda item 7, we haven't any, Councillor Paul Wood would like to speak. Thank you, Paul. And agenda item 8, Patricia Scriven against, and the applicant's agent, Matt Wilkinson, who I believe is here. Is that right? In the corner. Thank you. Item 9, applicant's agent, John Dickey. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a couple of seconds delay when you turn on your mic, so please be aware of that. And we will start with the agenda. Registers of attendance, membership and apologies for absence. Thank you.
Councillor Mike Exton has given his apologies and Councillor Judy Stevens has substituted for him. Councillor Ashley Baxter has substituted for Councillor Phil Dilks.
Thank you. Declose item 2, disclosure of interest. Do I have any? No, I've just, people have approached me on items 5 and 7, but I come to this meeting with an open mind. Thank you. Item 3, the minutes of the meeting held on the 3rd of June 2021. Is everybody happy with those minutes? And do I have a proposer, please? Thank you, Councillor Jackie Smith. And do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Harish Bisnar Singh. And can I take a vote on that, please? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6, it's carried. Thank you. Yeah, okay. And against? And abstentions, please. Yeah. Yeah, 2, 3, 5. Is that right? 5. And 5 abstentions. Thank you. Now will we go on to application, item 4, application S210021 with, is that, who is that with? That is with Phil Jordan, please. Is that correct? No, Chris Brown, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Are you happy if I start, Chairman? Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Plan Committee. The first item is S210021. The application is for the creation of tracks, internal access roads to serve the dwelling and paddocks, surfacing of existing tracks and formation of a new access onto Spa Road. This application previously came to Planning Committee on the 14th of April, with members minded to refuse the application, and the calling off period was then engaged in line with the COVID protocols at the time. The application site is Spa House on Spa Road in Braceborough. And the key issues raised as part of the application are impact on residential amenity, impact on the character and appearance of the area, and potential ecology impact. This is a satellite image of the location site. It's located to the south of Manthorpe, north of Braceborough, and east of Carlby. That's the red line location plan. And the block plan. This block plan has been amended through the application process as it's come to light during the consideration of the application that a neighbouring dwelling owns parcels of the land within the wider red line site. These are shown in orange on this new block plan and are not considered to be part of the application. This is the entrance plan for the proposal. The new created entrance from Spa Road with a new hedge and tree planting is proposed around the entrance and to the south of neighbouring Spa Holt. Moving on to some photos. So this first photo is of the existing entrance track. This is located to the north of Spa Holt. This is the view back to the boundary of the northern boundary of Spa Holt. This photo, as per the others, were taken after the committee debate of the 14th of April, with the case officer undertaking a further site visit. Whilst vegetation clearance is shown on here, there was no evidence of hedgerow removal seen by the case officer. That's the northern boundary of Spa Holt. And then this is now the new access track to the south of Spa Holt from Spa Road. This is where the proposed new tree and hedgerow planting will be. But then this next photo showing the location where the new hedgerow planting will be immediately on the left-hand side of the track there in that photo. And then there's two Google Street View images. These are taken from 2009, showing the site prior to the new access track going in. And again, from a different angle. In terms of evaluation of the application, the main objection previously raised at the 14th of April Planning Committee was the proposed lighting to the track, with this now removed from the application. Plans have been amended to include a native hedge to the south of Spa Holt and a further tree proposed to assist with any amenity concerns, and with no additional traffic movements proposed as part of the application. For ecology, new planting is proposed across the site, with the existing works not considered to include the removal of hedgerows, and the removal of the proposed lighting also considered to be positive in this respect. A lack of need for an additional access was noted. However, there is not considered to be a reason for refusal. And likewise, the retrospective nature of the application is also again noted, but again not considered to be a reason for refusal. It is noted on the additional items paper that the Parish Council also no longer object to the proposal. The application is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chris. Right, we have no speakers on it. Does anybody wish to speak in a debate, as everything that we asked for has been now discussed and the lighting has gone and we have hedge planting in place? So does anybody wish to speak on debate, or can we go for a vote? Yes.
Yes, I was waiting for it to come up on here. What I would like to know is, because I did miss the previous meeting, I will admit, but the one before that, I voted against this proposal. Can we have some assurance from either the planning officer or the people that are in charge of seeing this thing going through, that the trees that are going to be replaced are at least mature trees of 5 years old or more? Because this is all very well saying, are we going to replace trees? You're going to put saplings in, for as far as I'm concerned, and that doesn't help or it doesn't blend in with the scenery at all. I mean, that looking at that at the moment with all the white, the beautiful new tracks, etc. It looks as if it could be an airfield or something. It doesn't look as part of Lincolnshire at all. And I thought that's what we were trying to protect. The hedgerow, you can put in tiny, weeny little hawthorns, no bigger than that. Take 10, 13, 14 years to grow. That isn't offering any privacy to the person who's living there and been totally cut off by a roundabout round her. I do feel on this particular case that we haven't really been fair. The work started before anybody put in for planning permission anyway. And I would say this is going to become a business. You don't put tracks in like that just for a normal horse box and a car. Not in my opinion. So I would like some kind of reservation or something put on in the conditions that anyone who, when they replace the trees are semi-mature, at least 4 to 5 years old. So we're not having saplings put in, and that the hedges that they are going to put in are of similar age. I don't know whether anybody will go along with that with me, but I'm feeling that the property that's already there has suddenly had everything ripped up and almost like a mini airfield put inside by the side of her. Whether it's a he or she, I don't know. I don't know the people concerned, but all I'm saying is I wouldn't want someone to do that to my property. Someone's come in, they bought the property, they didn't put the plans in. They decided to get on with it first without asking for permission. They then asked for permission. We debated it. Quite a few of us said we were against it, or we didn't agree with it. It's now going through today, or probably will go through today. But I would like those conditions put on if possible. And I would like, Madam Chairman, for you to find out before we vote on whether those conditions, those trees, putting 5-year-old trees in, could be made part of the conditions.
Thank you, councillor.
Switch this off.
Chris, can you answer that for me, please?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor. At the moment, we've proposed, so planning condition number 2 is before the end of the first planting/seeding season, following the first use of any part of the development hereby permitted, all soft landscaping work shall have been carried out in accordance with the approved soft landscaping details. So that's the condition that secures that landscaping has to go in. In terms of the details that have been provided, they're on page 38 of the agenda, the entrance detail plan. That shows the position of the proposed hedgerow and the position of the proposed field maple tree. The information provided, it states new indigenous hedge, and then brackets hawthorn, blackthorn and holly alongside the southern boundary of Spa Holt. And then the tree proposed, it just refers to a heavy standard field maple. If that information is not considered sufficient, we can add further wording to the currently proposed condition through to request those further details if required.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, I would specifically like the wording mature trees or semi-mature trees, and the same with the hedgerow. I don't want saplings put in. I don't want a hedge going in that's all of 1.5 foot high at the moment and will take years to grow and thicken up. So I'm sorry, that's purely my opinion. I don't know how the rest of the committee feel, but I do think we've got to be a little bit sharper on this business of putting conditions in. Otherwise, people can get away, as I've said, go down the market, buy some saplings.
Thank you, councillor. Harish Bisson Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I fully support what was proposed by Councillor Rosemary Craven-Brown. And I will, furthermore, I'm still concerned that there is a big, large gate still there. I believe probably that there is a possibility for the use of the field adjacent to it for horse trials and things of the sort. So that will bring quite a lot of traffic in a very small road, small area. Still going to the noise pollutions will be quite high.
I don't think we have information that that is likely to take place, and we can't take that into consideration. Would I be correct on that?
But what is the purpose of the very large gate?
It's a very large opening. Anybody else wish to? Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. Well, I agree with everything that Rosemary has said. I would just like to ask the case officer if we could actually add a little bit more landscaping. I think along that first part of the access track, some hedging wouldn't go amiss to soften the track. It is sort of rather blunt at the moment, and with a lot of undergrowth and other trees being taken down, I wouldn't have thought it's unfair to ask for some hedging along that part of the track before it reaches the wood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor. At present, the landscaping proposed is all to the south of Spa Holt, which was the neighbouring dwelling. And the reason it was added there is with regards to a residential amenity impact to try and screen any vehicles coming and going, which effectively is just one dwelling to Spa Holt. The landscaping you've referred to is to the north of Spa Holt, where they've done that sort of thinning, if you like, of some undergrowth there and some pruning works of the existing trees. There's no additional landscaping proposed there, and we wouldn't recommend a condition requiring any further landscaping because it is sufficient. It's just when those photos were taken, it just followed on some general clearance works.
May I just clarify what I was asking for, please? I was talking about some hedgerow along the actual access road for visual amenity, as well as the amenity of that resident, and also for the ecology and some extra biodiversity there. I think it would soften the visual look of that track going across that initial field towards the wood. After all, it is quite open there, and I think that would be a lot better addition to the landscaping plan if we couldn't manage that, please, in a condition.
And could you wait till you get addressed, please, before you ask the question? Thank you.
Terribly sorry.
Can I just get Chris to answer that?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor. From what I think you're suggesting, Councillor, and this would link into the points raised by Councillor Cabery-Brown as well, if we seek to amend condition 2, so rather than at the moment, prior to first planting seeding season following use of development, also soft landscaping works are carried out in accordance. If we amend that condition to be further details to be provided for a further soft landscaping scheme, would that overcome your concerns? We can condition that to ask for further landscaping information.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Baxter did put his hand up, but you weren't here, so you're not allowed to talk in the debate for that item.
Thank you, Chair. That was what I was going to ask, actually. It doesn't say on here that there is a reason for referral.
No, you need to put your mic on.
There's no thank you, Chair. There's no mention of a reason for referral to committee on this report. Neither does it say that it's part heard, I don't think, unless it says that in the front agenda. No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that in the front agenda. I was a bit confused. I am a bit familiar with this site, not very, but having not sat through the previous hearing, I just wanted to clarify whether or not I can participate or not.
No, you can't, sorry, but thank you. Right, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We have heard an expression by other members of what they would conditionally like as an addition where landscaping is concerned. This is a new application now, and this application has been modified and altered. The applicant has changed and conformed, albeit part of it retrospective. He has conformed and gone completely with it. And I think at this particular point, when we've just heard the officer tell us that the landscaping is as it should be, we are not really in a very good position to start demanding extra landscaping at this point, because there is going to be a point at which this applicant is actually going to appeal our decision. Now, we've just heard, and it's been through our landscaping design person as well, that this is acceptable. So my proposal is that this application should be approved, and I make that recommendation, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Jeff?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to give members a bit of comfort having heard the discussion. In terms of the landscaping details, well, first of all, in terms of reasons last time around, because that was raised, and at 1.3 on page 31, the reasons last time around, the main concerns that were highlighted were around the lighting scheme along the access track being excessive, the impact on residential amenity of the neighbouring property, and then, you know, wrapping up in concerns around a particular policy issue around DE1. We have obviously engaged, as has been reflected upon, seeking the amendments. And in terms of the landscaping scheme that's come forward, just to give a bit of comfort on some of the details that are shown on the proposed landscaping that's been submitted to us. For instance, a heavy standard tree is quite a substantial tree. It's sort of 3 to 3.5 metres generally in height. So it's not, I can understand the concerns that were expressed previously. You can get whips and you can get all sorts of small trees, but this is a fairly substantial proposal that's been put before us today. So I just really wanted, via you, Chair, to give members some comfort that the landscaping scheme has been looked at, and as well the amenity issues that were raised previously by members, and hopefully that gives some comfort that the proposal in front of us today does seek to address the concerns that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Now I've had a proposer. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think that the conditions that we set out have been put into place, or are going to be put into place. I was, I think. I think it was the next one I wasn't there for.
No, you're not on the vote. So you
Oh.
can't.
Beg your pardon, everybody.
Thank you. Well, then I will quite happily second this motion. If we've all finished with debate and we've had a proposer and a seconder, can we go to the vote, please? Harish? Oh, yes, sorry, Mike.
Very sorry, I apologize for that. I wonder if some of the proposal that Councillor Rosemary Cavery-Brown has put in, can that be taken into considerations for added, what you call, enhancement of the landscape? I wonder if the officer can confirm that, as part of the conditions.
The proposal before us is the officer's recommendation, so it's condition 2 as in the report at present. If members want to amend condition 2, that would be a separate proposal that would need to be put forward and seconded separately to the one that's currently about to be voted on. Thank you.
But I did believe that Jeff did say that there are substantial trees going in, so that should suffice.
Madam Chairman, could we ask Jeff exactly what he means by a substantial tree?
He did say 3 metres, which is approximately 12 foot, which is a good sized tree. Am I correct?
Yeah, we'll get bogged down in imperial and metric in a moment, Chair. Yeah, I think we were looking at that the heavy standard tree that was referenced on the submitted plan. I was just giving an example that the tree proposed is quite a substantial tree. So there's no reason to doubt that there is a substantial proposal in front of us in terms of the landscaping. Okay.
Can I just ask?
Hang on a minute, you need to put your mic on.
sorry. How many of these trees are we that are substantial are going up? We're not just talking about one, are we? Because it's a vast area.
Through you, Chair.
Yes, please.
I was just trying to highlight as a descriptor from the plan in front of us that there is one tree, that's a substantial specimen. So I was trying to highlight that to reflect the concerns that were raised by members about the landscaping scheme as an element of the landscaping scheme. The tree, as a heavy standard, is quite a substantial specimen. So you know, there is a significant proposal in front of us in terms of the landscaping.
Thank you. So we've had a proposer, we've had a seconder. Can I go to the vote, please? All those in favour, put your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favour, those against? 1, and abstentions, please. You can't vote.
Chairman,
You can't vote, Ashley.
I can't vote.
No, because you had technical difference. Thank you. And 2 abstentions, is that correct? Yeah. So that's passed. Thank you very much. We will now go on to agenda item 5, S21 0111. And I believe that is Chris again presenting for us. Thank you. And we'll just wait for the upload.
Thank you, Chairman. This item S21/0111. This application is for reserved matters for appearance, landscaping, layout, scale, under planning outline reference S20 1056. And then in brackets, detailing proposed dwelling with detached garage. This application previously came to Planning Committee on the 12th of May, with members deferring the application due to the potential impact on residential amenity of the neighbouring properties and the character of the area, and to allow further discussions to be held with the applicant to establish an amended proposal. The application site is land rear of 9 to 10 at the Green at Thirlby. The key issues raised as part of this application are the impact on residential amenity and the impact on the character and appearance of the area. That is the application site in context, located in the centre of Thirlby. And then the site is garden land to the rear of the post office in the centre of the slide there. The previous building, which is shown in the centre of the slide, has since been removed, and I'll come on to that as well with some further pictures. This is to be north from the Green to the existing post office there on the left. That's the existing access to the side of the dwelling. That's the derelict outbuilding I referenced in the aerial view, which has previously stood on the site and has now been removed. This is the view, this is looking northeast to dwellings on Crown Lane. This is the view south of the site, back towards the rear of the post office building and dwelling. Again, with that agricultural building there. This is the view south within the site, back to the rear of the post office and next door dwelling. This is a recent photo of the site. It shows the building now removed. And then this is a street view image. This looks south along Crown Lane to the east of the site. And then again, we're now looking from the west back to the east to the site from Northorpe Lane. The amended site plan shows a 1.8 metre timber fence to the whole of the eastern boundary of the proposed site, with conifer hedging to the western boundary. The building being the dwelling has now been moved west within the site, so away from the eastern boundary, which was the main reason for concern at the previous discussion, with the closest point now 1.7 metres to the boundary, and with the angle of the fence and the dwelling, this extends then to 2.5 metres from the boundary. These are the amended proposed elevations. So the ridge height has now been reduced in height to just above 4 metres in height, or 4.076 as written there on the slide. If I jump across the next slide, so this was the previous proposal that was debated at the 12th of May Planning Committee meeting. At this point, the height of the ridge was 5.3 metres. So if I just jump back, so that was the previous proposal, and now new proposal, previous proposal, new proposal. And that's the proposed garage elevations. In evaluation of this application, the principle of development has previously been established with the outline consent on the site. The key amenity impact was to dwellings on Crown Lane, which is to the east of the site, and this has been reduced with the height of the proposed dwelling now reduced to less than 4.1 metres in height to the ridge. The previous barn building, as shown in those slides, which was above 4 metres in height, has been removed. The proposal is considered to be a visual enhancement to the site, and now with improved boundary treatments compared to what was proposed previously. Permitted development rights have also now been removed for works to the roof, which is classes B and C, and also for any extensions to the dwelling as well, which is class A, and that's set out in planning conditions. The residential amenity impact is therefore considered to be acceptable, and the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We don't have any speakers on the public speakers on this. This has been previously heard. So again, there are various members who cannot speak in the debate or take part in the vote. So do I have anybody wishing to speak? Yes, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to see that this proposal has come back and that it's been listened to. And that the concerns with the roof height have been further addressed. It's also comforting to see that the boundary curtilage is between 1.7 and 2.5 metres away, although it doesn't completely address the independent concerns of 17 Crown Lane. Can I just double check? One of the things that was particular in this application is that there was a condition on that it was for a bungalow application, and that it couldn't, this application couldn't be superseded into being for a house, because it was the positioning of this and the number of neighbours in Thirlby on the boundaries that would be affected. And I know it wasn't the what we were there with it. That's why I want to use the word double check. So can the officer just confirm that? If he does, I'll be happy to propose it.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I'm happy to confirm that condition 1 is for the approved plans, which are the plans as set out and as amended since the previous committee debate. And then there's ongoing conditions 6 and 7, which are the conditions that remove those permitted development rights. So any works to the roof, so for instance, dormer windows, any roof extension, for instance, would be covered under condition 6, which is works to the roof, removing classes B and C of the permitted development order, and no extensions are permitted to the dwelling either, which is covered by condition 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I have a proposal. Does anybody else wish to speak? Do I have a seconder?
Seconding.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have a proposer, seconder. Can we go to the vote then, please? All those in favour, can you raise your hands? Yeah. Yes, you can, Jackie. Thank you. That's 1, 2. Yeah. No. That's 7 in favour. Thank you. Those against? And those abstaining? 1. So therefore the vote has been carried. Thank you very much. Right, thank you. Now we have agenda item 6, which is S19 2160. And we have Phil Moore presenting this one, I believe, and we'll just wait for it to load. And we do have a speaker, Karen Hingley. Thank you. Yes, it's item 6, and that's S192160. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Phil Moore, Special Projects Manager here at SKDC, and I'm presenting to you this application on behalf of the Case Officer, Phil Jordan, who's not able to be here today. So the application is an outline planning application for up to 81 dwellings with all matters reserved except for accesses. And the site is the Old Quarry at Station Road, Castle Bytham. So key issues, there's quite a list here, but I'll go through them. Principle of development, affordable housing, impact on the character of the area, residential amenity, highways, flood risk, ecology, open space, sustainability, and section 106 heads of terms. So really the usual things you'd expect to see for an outline application of this scale. So on the screen there, you can see an aerial satellite photo of the site in relation to the surrounding area. You can see my cursor hovering around. That is the sort of main built-up area of Castle Bytham, and then to the south you have a kind of a satellite part of the village, and the site itself is a disused quarry which effectively links up the two parts of the village. So a more zoomed in aerial picture. This is the site. You can see it's a quarry. It effectively is a quarry of two parts. So the green area at the top is more or less at the same level as the surrounding countryside. The lighter coloured area, that is the deeper part of the quarry, the bit that you might describe as the quarry itself. And this is the site location plan and the red site outline. Now this plan is the phasing plan. It's also an illustrative site plan. So the buildings and the streets you see there are purely illustrative. That's not what you're voting on today. That will come later in a reserved matters application. But the site is divided into plots A, the top area, and plots B, which effectively is the division between the higher area and the lower quarry itself. And you'll note on the right-hand side here, there's these areas sort of whited out. That was originally included in the application, but it is covered by a separate planning permission, which is in the process of being built out. And I believe that the land has been sold to the developer. In terms of the accesses, one access here off Station Road to plot B, second access here to plot A, also off Station Road. In terms of the consented development that I spoke about on Station Road, this is just to show you what that development would look like looking from Station Road. So it's a mixture of different house types. And then in the centre here, or just off centre, you have the proposed access to the current application site. And then this plan here also shows that consented development of 6 with the access to the current application site going through. Couple of photographs. At the north end of the site, we have a partially constructed access road, which has been implemented. It's part of a previous permission or an extant permission that covers the whole of the site. And this is the higher level of the quarry. As you can see, it's roughly the same as the surrounding area. Now, this is looking from that higher area down into the quarry itself. And you can see the sort of cliff face at the back of the quarry there. In terms of the evaluation, so as I said, as I kind of touched on earlier, there is an extant permission already on the whole of this site for 87 dwellings, and that covers the current application site area and the 6 dwellings that I referred to earlier, which are already under construction along Station Road. The current application, really the purpose of it is to extend the permission. In other words, allow it longer to be implemented, because the previous or the extant outline permission has already had reserve matters approved on it. However, the deadline for submitting any further reserve matters for a different design or a different layout has expired. So the purpose of this planning application is to allow different plans to come forward, although it's exactly the same number of dwellings that's already been approved. In fact, when the current application came in, it was originally for 136, but officers considered that was far too many and would, have a adverse impact on the character of the area. So, on officer advice, it was reduced back down to 81, which is what has already been approved. So, access is included as a consideration. Scale, appearance, layout and landscaping are all reserve matters that will be subject to future reserve matters applications. This application, as well as being advantageous to the applicants in that they've got a further opportunity to produce a different detailed design, also gives the council an opportunity to update conditions against the local plan and to consider things like sustainability, design, adaptable homes, etc., which are new policies in the local plan. They're all included in the schedule of conditions. All the other conditions remain as per the existing permission. The SSSI, Site of Special Scientific Interest, which is flora and fauna on the cliff face, is protected. There are adequate conditions to ensure that is protected. So, in conclusion then, the recommendation is to approve, subject to the updated schedule of conditions in the additional items paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
So, sorry, Chair, I've just been reminded by our legal advisor. I just need to mention about the affordable housing. In the additional items paper, you'll see that there's a slight change there. In the original report, it mentioned 30% of 87. Having taken legal advice, that is now 30% of 81, which is the total number of dwellings within this application site. It doesn't include the other 6, which are a separate permission, and that's after having taken legal advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sorry, Harish Bisnasing.
Just a question, Madam Chairman. Phil, will it be possible for you to point out, just to refresh my own mind, about this, the SSI sites within the quarry, to whereabout it is, and of its probably potential impact or harm that could be caused with the development?
Sorry, can I just wait? I forgot that we do have a speaker on this item, so I need to let. That's why I was in a muddle. So could I have the speaker on this application come, please? And that's Karen Hingley. Thank you. Do apologise, Karen.
Great, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant. We are pleased to see officers' support for the application, and we have worked with officers for a long period of time on this application to make amendments to the proposal to take into account the comments received. As Phil has said, the number of dwellings originally was 136, and that has now been reduced down to 81 dwellings. There are no technical consultee objections to the application. I know Phil has just said this, but there is the extant permission on the site for the 87 dwellings. 6 of the plots that I think you've been shown adjoining Station Road have now been sold to a developer to be built out as self-build plots pursuant to that earlier planning permission. And that area of land has been removed from the application. The applicant is in discussions with house builders for the remainder of the site, which is plots A and B that you've seen. And it has become apparent from those discussions that those house builders want to bring forward their own house types. So the grant of this outline application would essentially allow the opportunity for a renewed planning permission for the remainder of the site, for which a developer would be able to submit their own reserve matters and details for the house types that they would wish to build out on the site. So I hope members follow the officer's recommendation and result a great planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harish, Councillor Businessing, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Shall I repeat the question, Phil, or you okay?
No need to repeat the question. So the issue of the triple SI is addressed in the report on paragraph 771. But just to, by way of reminder, or by way of illustrating it on the plan, where my cursor is moving along there, that is the sort of cliff face, which incorporates the triple SI, and it's all to do with particular flora and fauna you get on that cliff face. Now we've consulted all the relevant bodies on that, including Natural England, who have no objection, subject to the mitigation measures which are specified in the conditions. So put very simply, there's nothing to worry about there. The ecology and the triple SI is sufficiently protected to the satisfaction of ourselves as officers and Natural England.
Thank you, and I did get it wrong. I do apologise, Karen. Have we any questions for Karen, please? Thank you, Councillor Selby.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. I do recall the site visit on this years ago. In fact, I believe it was Chris that gave us the tour. I thought it was an excellent site. I really thought a lot of potential there, and I like the way with the cliff face.
Could you just do questions, please?
Okay,
Sorry, we don't
okay.
need the walk around the site.
I thought we was doing questions with the debate, Madam Chair.
Yes, but this is questions
Yeah,
to the
okay.
applicant.
Right, my question is with regarding disused quarries. They're well known for water retention. Some of them are pools in, and I know in the past maybe some people have been swimming in these disused quarries, or even skinny dipping, if you like. And the question is this: with disused quarries, and you get heavy rainfall and sewage and drainage, can you just explain how you drain the rainfall and sewage from a low-lying development? Are you with me?
Thank you.
I'd have to refer back to the drainage report, which I don't have in front of me. But I do know that under the extant consent, there was a drainage condition for foul and surface water, and it was approved. And that was obviously consulted through the LLFA, who were happy that the site wouldn't result in flooding, and that the site could drain properly. And the drainage strategy that was approved would be available on the council's website. I just don't have it in front of me to be able to read off it, and I'm not a drainage expert.
Thank you. Do I have any more questions for the agent? Sorry, thank you, Councillor Morgan. Could we turn the mic on, please?
Yeah, sorry, I can't help but noticing the difference in, sorry, that's my way to there. The difference in the aerial photograph, the actual quarry area, the limestone, and our very green, lush picture here. how do you actually envisage there being planting, etc., when it's kind of picking up Councillor Selby's point, but from a different angle? This clearly is giving a picture of a very well landscaped site. That you're talking about a limestone base. So is there a significant landscaping project envisaged, including bringing topsoil and everything else in to enable that to occur? Or is that somewhat misleading?
So I think on that, the phasing plan that you're looking at, I think the coloured green is just a colour to show the plot. It's nothing to do with, it's not meant to imply any sort of green infrastructure. It could have been any colour. It just happened that the architect picked green. But with regards to landscaping, because of the, so landscaping has been approved as part of the extant permission, so pursuant to the outline permission. And it is focused, essentially, the landscaping is probably around the boundaries of the site where the SSI rock face lies, so it would be biodiversity. And there is a link between, so I think Phil mentioned that the plot levels drop when you move from plot A down to plot B, and especially on that the left hand side, what's that, the western side of the site, there is proposed, and it would come forward again, that there'd be some form of biodiversity and ecology link from the Disused Railway to the north of the site for kind of animals, biodiversity, and also it would be a landscaped managed area that would essentially run down that kind of western boundary of the site. And there is, although it's shown illustratively in that plan, and I know it is shaded over green, but I think you can see that there is room for kind of an area of informal open space or public open space. I think you can see it just to the kind of the south of the development, where there's illustratively shown some blocks of residential. Yeah, around there. So essentially the SSI is being protected in accordance with measures that have been approved under the extant consent to be taken forward. So the SSI rock face is protected through this, and that is where the landscaping measures would be shown around the boundary of the site, and then any room for informal open space in accordance with the council's policies for, their requirements for a certain amount of standard of square metre of open space. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Do I have any more questions? Thank you. Councillor Robin.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to ask, what is the difference in the two levels from plot A and plot at the top and plot B on the quarry floor?
I can have a check. Let me just check. I'm not sure I've got that information in front of me, but again, as part of the extant permissions, there was a kind of existing and a proposed finished floor levels condition that was approved, and the details would be found in that, but it didn't form part of this application just because it wasn't needed given the outline nature of it. So unless Phil has it to hand, I'm afraid I don't have it in front of me.
Thank you. Any other questions for the agent? No. Thank you very much, Karen. So we'll get back on track, and then yes, sorry. Yes, we'll go back into the debate and questions for officers. Thank you. And do I have any? Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
It's a very technical one, but because we're talking about reserved matters, and it's really important, we're very clear about what we're talking about today and what would be reserved for the future. And I noticed that in the presentation, scale was one of the matters to be reserved, but we've several times talked about the number of properties today. So I just want to be clear, if we are being required to approve today the principle of development of 81 properties, or the principle of development, and is the 81 properties subject to reserved matters? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. That's a very easy question to answer. Condition 4 on page 7 of the additional items report, maximum number of dwellings on the application site shall not exceed 81. So any reserved matters that come in cannot go above 81 for the whole site.
Thank you, Phil. Does that answer your question? Any more questions? Sorry, councillor Baxter.
Thank you. Could I ask, please, is there a condition relating to the replacement of trees as mentioned in the tree survey report? I can see one which is condition 21 relating to the landscape and biodiversity management plan, but I admit I haven't read the landscape and biodiversity management plan, so I don't know if it includes a requirement or condition to replace the trees which are being lost.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, councillor Baxter. So condition, again, this is fairly easy one to answer. Condition number 9 on page 8 of the additional items report. Biodiversity, landscape and biodiversity management plan, which is required by that condition. First, one of the sections of that condition requires details of the trees and areas of flora and fauna to be retained as part of the landscaping scheme for the site. So details are required to be submitted to show us what trees are proposed to be retained in any landscape scheme. And then the biodiversity management plan itself sets out how the landscaping and biodiversity will be managed going forward.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? It's on page 8 of the additional that we had.
Sorry, page 8.
Yeah.
I don't have any page numbers on the additional information. Am I looking at the wrong one?
Possibly then.
I'm sure it's enough, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other questions in the debate? Councillor Selby?
Interested to know, how do you grow a tree on limestone quarry? Because I think Councillor Morgan made a very good point about bringing in topsoil and things like that. I just, you know, tree roots, they've got to grow somewhere.
Yeah, well, I should imagine that they will have to bring in topsoil.
Yeah, well,
Gardens
I
alone.
think it was a very good point. Can we just clarify that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it would involve bringing in topsoil. I mean, it's clearly possible to grow vegetation on limestone. I mean, a large part of the district is limestone, almost at the surface with a thin layer of topsoil. So it's certainly possible. And just picking up on your earlier question about drainage, there has been a comprehensive flood risk assessment done on this site. All of the drainage consultees have raised no objections, subject to a comprehensive drainage scheme, but in principle, it's more than capable of being drained, and it's porous limestone, so it's not like clay where it just floats on the top. It will infiltrate into the ground.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other questions in the debate? Anybody? Oh, thank you. Councillor Morgan again.
But it's just to clarify again, that the landscaping matters are reserved matters and would be debated properly and fully with full details when it comes back to committee. Is that correct?
Can you turn your mic off, please?
Yes, that's correct.
Lovely. Thank you. Councillor Bijna Singh.
Just a quick one, Madam Chairman. Phil, when we visited the site, remember the top part where the brown is, yeah? There was a slight dip on the road. There was quite a pool of water had collected up there. It doesn't seem to go anywhere because that's quite high there, and there's roughly about 50 to 60 feet drop to the green part of it. Where does the water from the top will discharge or go?
So that will be dealt with under the condition. I can't remember what number it is, but there's a condition requiring a comprehensive drainage strategy, surface water drainage strategy. So all the details of that will come at a later stage through discharge of that condition. I can't tell you the exact technical details of how that water will be dealt with, but as I said to Councillor Selby, there has been a comprehensive flood risk assessment that's been done and overarching drainage strategy, which all the drainage consultees are satisfied with.
Thank you, councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would pay tribute to my colleague's observation. That particular entrance, where the 6 are this way and the now 81 are going to be, there is a drain missing there. We all know there's a drain particularly missing there, and that's why that water's there. And I just want to dwell on that point because it's 3 times it's come up now. So will it please be particularly noted?
Yeah, that's noted. Thanks, Councillor Reid.
Do I have anybody else wishing to speak in the debate? Yes, Jeff.
It's only a very brief one, Chair. Just a point of clarity. We were talking about condition numbers at various points of the presentation and debate. Just to say that the conditions are as numbered. There was a slight numbering convention issue in the published report. So the numbering convention in the additional items paper is the one we're taking. And also to note those heads of terms there through the Section 106 agreement, as Phil referenced earlier, those are the ones that we'd be taking through as well. Okay, thank you.
Lovely, thank you very much for that. Right, if we have no other speakers, do I have a proposer? Councillor Selby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I do, as I was going to say earlier, I do recall the site visit very well. One of the things that struck me was the road at the top on the brown area, the entrance road in and on like that side. I just thought it was very, very well made. I thought the quality of it, the pavement and everything, I just thought it really was good. Although, you know, as it's been said, there was the water issue there. And I just think the whole setting for the site, I just really appealed to me, I have to say. I just thought if it was somewhere that I would like to live, I just thought, yeah, it'd be great. And the way it is low lying below the quarry surface, I just thought any high winds would go straight over the top, so you wouldn't be subject to those in your back garden, hopefully. So yeah, I really did like it very much, I have to say. A lot of potential there. So yeah, I'm actually very much in favour of this. Happy to propose it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Sorry, Councillor Bishna Singh. You're happy to second?
I'm happy to second that, Madam Chairman.
Lovely, thank you very much. Then I can take it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Yeah. 13, that's unanimous, I believe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, the next item we have is agenda item 7, S20-0775. We have Chris doing the presentation, and then we have public speaker, Councillor Paul Wood after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The next application is S20-0775. This is land to the west of Main Road along Bennington. And the proposal is for the erection of up to 50 dwellings with access to be considered only. As per the previous application on the agenda, this is also an outline application. The key issues raised as part of this application include the principle of development, impact on the character and appearance of the area, highway impact, and flooding and drainage. This is an aerial view of the site, which shows the site located to the southwest of Long Bennington. More zoomed in aerial view of the site, it shows the proximity of the site to the neighbouring dwellings to the north, which is the pastures, a commercial vehicle yard to the southeast, and then further open fields to the west of the site and to the south of the site. You can just see the A1 there diagonally in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Moving on to some photos. This is the entrance to the site from Main Road. The proposed access would use where the existing access gate is there. You can note properties there of the pastures on the right-hand side. That's the view from the access looking north towards the centre of Long Bennington. And then standing on the same spot, now looking south. This is a view into the site, and again showing the northern boundary with the mature hedgerow along that boundary and neighbouring dwellings of the pastures. And again. Slightly overexposed picture, but this is now looking west. And again, please note the existing hedgerow boundaries around the site. This is now sort of from roughly halfway or 2/3 of the way into the site, now looking back east. This is now looking back towards the access into the site, and the commercial vehicle yard is to the right-hand side of the picture beyond those trees there. Again, this is now from the far western edge of the site, but looking back east. And again, looking back towards the entrance from Main Road, the commercial vehicle yard is on the right, and the pastures and the hedgerow is on the left-hand side of that picture. This is the Long Bennington local plan map. So this shows the allocation of LVH7, which this site is proposed for. The allocation, I'll come on to at the next slide, but the allocation is for 55 dwellings indicatively in total, with this application proposing up to 50 dwellings on the whole site. That's the site policy criteria. It outlines the policy for the whole site, with these set out in the principle of development section of the report. The proposed access is from Main Road, which is to the east of the site, with sufficient visibility and a proposed footway to connect to the existing footway. So that can be seen in the centre of the screen there. The footway would turn left and right out of the access to connect up to the existing footway just south of the pastures. Moving on, so this is the indicative site layout. The proposal is for up to 50 dwellings in total, as mentioned, with access from Main Road. The proposal is indicative only. However, this has been amended 3 times throughout consideration of the application to take on views of the case officer, County Council Highways, the LLFA, which is the Lead Local Flood Authority, and discussions at Design Pad as well. The amendments to the proposal have included amendments to the road layout. So this is now shown as cul-de-sacs rather than a previous loop layout at the request of County Council Highways. Bungalows are now shown across that northern boundary. So all the ones that abut the northern boundary hedgerow are shown there as bungalows either side of the central public open space. And this is also set out in condition 2 of the proposal. And the existing boundary hedgerows are shown to be retained, and again are secured to be retained through planning conditions as well. The western part of the site you can see there is undeveloped, with a landscape bund proposed to shield the dwellings from any noise impact from the A1. With regards to drainage, discussions have been held with the County Council and their flooding team on numerous occasions through the consideration of the application to ensure that the site accommodates existing surface water issues in Long Bennington, as well as proposed surface water drainage from the site. This includes a proposed attenuation basin shown in the southeast corner of the site, which is the lowest part of the site, an underground attenuation proposed to be located under the public open space in the centre of the north of the site. Further, a swale would link the attenuation basin to the existing main road ditch system as the outfall, and this would also assist in capturing existing surface water flows from the pastures to the north. The County Council are also interested in using the non-developed part of the site, so west of the bund, for whole site settlement drainage purposes also as part of their wider Long Bennington drainage strategy. In terms of evaluation of the application, it is allocated for residential development in the local plan. Policy LVH7 with this application proposing up to 50 dwellings, which is 5 less than the policy sets out. The application is outline only, with principle of development being considered through this outline application and established through the local plan site allocation. The indicative layout is indicative only. However, condition 2 does set out that we'd want to see the reserve matters scheme to come forward in broad accordance with the layout now shown indicatively. And this includes the provision of bungalows to the northern boundary of the site. Drainage and noise concerns are noted, with drainage now looked at with LCC and how the site fits into their wider settlement drainage strategy for the whole of Long Bennington going forward. With regards to noise, a noise assessment has been submitted by the applicant. However, condition 10 requires a further detailed scheme to be provided with regards to noise. And now with further noise monitoring also suggested as an addition to that condition, as set out in the additional items paper. Section 106 contributions are set out in the report and include contributions towards county council education, the NHS, which would go to the local practice, affordable housing provision and also community facilities, with the Long Bennington neighbourhood plan setting out a series of projects for the spending of that community facilities money. The application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions and also subject to the completion of a section 106. Thank you, Chairman.
Lovely, thank you very much, Chris, for that. And could we have Councillor Wood come and speak to us?
Yeah, I can do it from here, Madam Chairman, can't I?
Yes, you can, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Madam Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, committee members. I think you'll probably all know that I'm ward councillor. This is in my ward at Long Bennington. But probably the thing to start with is I wish to make it clear that I'm not actually against this development. And probably if I was sitting on the committee, I would be for it and approve it. But that doesn't mean I don't have some concerns. I just want to make sure those concerns are put into practice. Now, I realise and accept the principle of development that has been established because this site's in the SKDC local plan. But the application is outline access only. But it also includes what I consider a fairly detailed indicative layout, which shows quite a few things on that layout. And one worry I've got is to make sure that some of those things that are in that indicative layout are actually translated, and when we come to the reserve matters, when it will come up later at another committee. I'd like to thank Chris Brown because myself and some residents have had meetings with Chris, and he has incorporated quite a lot of things, or managed to get incorporated quite a few things in that indicative plan. For instance, the retaining of all the edge rows and the bungalows, which I think is particularly important. And I know there's been some in the conditions. We talk about a broad condition for getting those things in, but I do have a slight worry that I don't want to lose those bungalows and the retaining of the edge rows. So I want to make sure that those conditions are really strong enough that when we come to the reserve matters later on, they don't get lost and we get another completely different layout coming forward for the committee to approve. So that's one concern I've got. And I hope the committee will ensure that the conditions are strong enough to retain those features. I also know that probably going on to one of my main things, is section 106 agreements. The proposed section 106 agreements for finance for the medical centre, which I obviously approve, and for the parish council. Education-wise, it worried me slightly. I noticed there's section 106 agreement provision for secondary school, and it did mention 10 additional places would come from this development for the primary school. But there was no actual, the thought was from Lincs County Council Education that could be accommodated. Now, when I contacted and spoke to the school and got their statistics basically for school, they had a capacity of 280 children, and currently they've got 277. So they've only got a spare capacity of 3. Now, I know with all these things, there's a certain amount of estimation. And I know you've got the details from Lincs County Council. It does worry me slightly that Lincs County Council take I don't know quite how they estimate it for going forward,
but certainly from the school, they say at the moment they've got spare capacity for 3 spaces. And I also know that the school do take quite a lot of children from outside Lincolnshire. We're on at Long Bennington, we're on the border with Nottinghamshire, very close to Newark, and they take quite a lot of the children from Newark. Now, whether they should or not, but they do get quite full up with that. It just bothers me a bit that the primary school are losing out and have continued on a lot of, most applications, they seem to lose out and don't get any Section 106 money. Now, I know it's difficult for you, Madam Chairman, and the committee to probably go against what Lincs County Council Education Authority are telling you. And I don't know whether you can or whether there's anything you can do about it, but I suppose I'm pleading with you. If there's anything you can do to help Long Bennington Primary School, please do so. And that's probably about all I've got to say, really. So I'll leave it open to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Chris, is there any response to that, please?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Wood. So first of all, with regards to the planning conditions that Councillor Wood mentioned, I'm happy to point out, so it's condition 2 is the standard reserve matters condition that you'll see on any outline application. However, we have added to that, so the layout presented at reserve matters shall be in broad accordance with the submitted indicative layout, and then including the provision of bungalows to the northern site boundary. So from our point of view, from an officer point of view, we would consider that strong enough to secure, as it suggests, broad accordance with the indicative layout, including provision of bungalows to the northern site boundary. We would be reluctant to be any more specific than that, just because at the end of the day, the site it's not in the hands of a developer at the moment, it will be sold on to a developer, but that condition hopefully does give the committee some reassurance that that is roughly what we're expecting to see at reserve matter stage, including particularly, as mentioned, the bungalows to the northern boundary. With regards to the hedgerows, they are protected, I think it's condition 13. Just bear with me 2 seconds. Yes, so condition 13 for boundary treatments, again, is our standard boundary treatment conditions for further details to come forward. However, then as part of that condition, we also include the existing hedgerows shall be retained in their entirety except for access. So from our point of view, the hedgerows will be retained on site, other than creation, sort of widening of where the gate was to Main Road for the purposes of access. Something Councillor Wood didn't mention, I'm happy just to mention because there's some of the residents have pointed out about the future maintenance of public open space and the future maintenance of those hedgerows. That's something we'll seek to secure at reserve matter stage with regards to future landscape management. It's not something we'd seek to secure at this outline stage. With regards to the Section 106 points that the Councillor Wood made, with regards to the education and the primary school contribution, we have, so effectively we've consulted the County Council twice, if not 3 times over, in consideration of this application, and they've stuck with the contributions for secondary and sixth form provision only, with no primary contribution proposed. I know Councillor Wood has raised it with the County Council over that lack of primary education contribution, and then I note, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, the County Council did respond along the lines of their future projections. They look at 2024 to 2025 as their sort of baseline figure, and it was in their view, with, I think they related it to falling birth rates, that the primary school would have provision at that stage. And they did add to that response as well that should it be a case of they didn't have suitable space at that stage, the onus would be on the County Council to effectively fund that anyway. So irrespective of claiming any money from the developer, the County Council does have an obligation to provide suitable schooling for pupils generated from Long Bennington, irrespective of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any, we're going to debate now, and do I have any questions for the officers yet? Thank you. Councillor Ian Selby.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. My question and issue I wish to raise is regarding noise. Now, it's been mentioned about the bund with regarding the A1. Now, you will recall, Madam Chairman, I'm sure that recently we had an issue in Market Deeping in relation to noise on an industrial unit. And in that example, we were putting an industrial unit next to houses that were already there. In this case, the industrial unit is already there. So that came first in this case. So I'd like to ask about the houses that will be put in near to that particular unit. And what has been done to alleviate any noise concerns in relation to that, please, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Selby. The noise, the applicant has submitted a noise assessment as part of consideration of the application. That did primarily focus on noise impact from the A1 to the west of the site, rather than sort of raise any concerns from the commercial vehicle yard to the southeast of the site. However, when pushed on that by our environmental protection team, the applicant did come back to say, well, they did put some noise monitoring near the commercial vehicle yard, but on the times they undertook the noise monitoring, there was no works on site. So effectively, they didn't raise it as an issue because there was no works going on. So therefore, there was no noise. However, we have sought to condition. So condition 10 previously read that before development commenced, so it's a pre-commencement condition, a scheme to protect the proposed dwellings from noise from the AE1 to the west and the commercial vehicle yard to the southeast shall have been submitted to and approved in writing by us. And then in addition to that, for something that Councillor Milnes raised, the head of the committee, we propose to add, and this is on the additional items paper, that the scheme shall be supported by further noise monitoring undertaken over an agreed period of time to assess noise impacts from the A1 and commercial vehicle yard. So hopefully that condition 10 provides reassurance to members that we are looking at noise impact from the A1 and commercial vehicle yard, with both further noise monitoring required and a scheme to protect dwellings from noise from both angles again required to be submitted. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. If I just go back to the hedgerow, if I may, I'm aware that at the moment, of course, this is a rural hedgerow, so it's protected in that basis. Once the new homes go up, that will no longer apply. So what are there conditions that could be put in place to ensure once the properties are sold that the private owners are required to maintain that hedgerow?
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor. Effectively, the answer is yes, but not at this stage. As I mentioned earlier, so when the Reserve Matters application comes in, that will give us an idea of how many private boundaries there will be up to that northern hedgerow. And also, as indicatively proposed, there'll be a reasonable chunk of that hedgerow will border the public open space, so effectively not being private ownership. So come the Reserve Matters stage, we will be seeking a landscape management plan for future landscaping management of the whole site, and that will include that boundary hedgerow as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Was it Harish, Business Inc? Oh, Penny. Penny next, is it? Thank you, Penny. Milnes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chris, for adding the extra bit onto condition 10. I am very concerned about the noise from that vehicle scrapyard. It has the potential to be very noisy, if you can imagine piling old cars up and removing them and lorries and all sorts of things going on there. And I am a little concerned in the indicative plan that some of those houses are quite close to the boundaries with that scrapyard. And I do believe that there were no conditions or restrictions on that permission in terms of hours of operation or anything to restrict that yard. So I do think it's a problem, and I do note that you're going to assess the noise a lot more on that boundary, so thank you for that. But I mean, it could be used for other things as well, couldn't it? So I am very wary that the indicative plan, when we say should be broadly based on the indicative plan, that we could hit a snag where some of those properties are rather close to that boundary. And I thank Environmental Health as well for pointing out the noise from the scrapyard, because it all seemed to be concentrating on the A1 at this point. So I hope that that condition does convince us that that noise can be contained, can be taken into account, because the last thing we want is a load of houses built and then get a load of complaints coming in about the noise. So thank you very much, and let's hope that addresses that issue
absolutely. And I'm assuming that the same regards as to unopening windows and all that might apply if a noise source is found.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the answer would be to that. Effectively, it just depends on what the further noise monitoring throws up and what scheme they propose at reserve matter stage to protect the site from noise. And again, it comes back to my point as well about we'd be reluctant to go above how I've worded it, broad accordance for that reason, because things might have to change when we get further information back with regards to the noise assessment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chris. Chris, on the SB1 sustainable building, can't see anywhere where it says about the actual building itself having the charging points for cars in there and the sort of heating types that will mitigate for the climate change. And my next concern is, will the drain be sufficient? Because currently we have been having some flash storm or storm that's there, very good large quantity of water. Will that be sort of sufficient for it to cope with it, or will that cause flooding?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor. So picking up on your first point with regards to sustainability and climate change impact, again, it's something we don't have details for at this stage because it's an outline application, so we've got no details of the dwellings. However, condition 4 is a pre-commencement condition for sustainability measures. So again, we'd expect to see that come forward at reserve matters stage or at a later date. So that condition requires the scheme shall include details of how carbon dioxide emissions would be minimised through the design and construction of the new buildings, details of water efficiency and provision of electric car charging points. So hopefully that answers your question on that one. And then with regards to the drainage, so the applicants, there has been, I think, one, if not two iterations of a drainage strategy for the site. It has included CCTV monitoring of the existing outfall as well, that drainage ditch on Main Road. And whilst that did flag up any issue, a couple of issues with regards to future maintenance of that, again, that's all secured. So condition 9 is for further surface water drainage details and a full scheme to come forward. Again, that would be linked to the final reserve matter scheme as well.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, just going back to the noise issue, the non-opening windows has raised me to, I'm just aware that alarm bells, we have had that in the past. I don't think non-opening in windows is acceptable, just to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. On the agenda paper, it says access to be considered only. Does that mean we're only talking about where we come into the site and we don't need to trouble ourselves with the drainage and the noise and the everything else at this stage? And if so, where else would you put an access to the site? And then on your picture, on your site layout, there's a patch of blue to the northeast of the site. Could you explain what that might be? Even though I recognise it's an indicative layout and it could all change before we next have a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor. First of all, Councillor, with your question about the access, effectively, yes, this is an outline application and then tick the box for access to be considered as well. So effectively, all we're asking the committee to consider is the principle of development as part of the outline application, which also then comes from the local plan allocation, and then the access details as well. So those access details have been submitted with the detailed access plan, and the County Council Highways have approved that access plan as well. So matters of layout, scale, appearance and landscaping are all reserve matters. So that's set out in condition 2 to all come back to us and be considered reserve matter stage, and then drainage details as well. It may not form part of the reserve matters, but it'll then be a condition again, but more than likely they'll submit that detail as part of the reserve matters scheme. With regards to, it's difficult without having it on the screen in front of me, but the bit of blue you referred to on the indicative layout, it showed the indicative attenuation basin to the southeast of the site, because that's the lowest part of the site. So we're be the natural place to put the attenuation basin. And then the strip of blue that ran north and then east from that site it's proposed to be a swale. So that would be the outfall for that attenuation basin when it was to fill up. And also the reason that swale has been put in that particular place was at the request of County Council. I say County Council Highways, I mean the LFA, the Lead Local Flood Authority, which is the County Council. So the reason for that strip of blue across just to the south of that mature hedgerow on the northern boundary is not so much to serve this development, but is to serve existing surface water drainage issues with the existing Long Bennington effectively. So if you to look at surface water drainage map of Long Bennington through the pastures, there has been flooding in the past. So Councillor Wood and other residents have forwarded me pictures of previous flooding in the pastures. And that swale proposed as part of this scheme is really there to help an existing problem rather than any problem arising from this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Morgan. Microphone, please, my lovely.
Thank you, Jenna. Just focusing on the access for a moment, which is actually one thing we really should be at the moment. Can you just clarify where the proposed entrance comes out onto the main road? That there is, given the obviously increased number of people in the area that we will have, there is a pedestrian footpath on the main road leading off that site? And if not, how are people going to travel down that road from that site?
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, if you turn to page 122 of the agenda, that's the proposed access plan, which hopefully is a bit easier to read than it was when it was up on the screen. So that shows where the proposed access will be. And then alongside the access, it says proposed new footway 2 meters by 2 meters, 2 meters wide. And that goes south, and then it also goes north. So just north, so it says footpath to be continued. Then it says north of that, it talks about visibility display, existing drive to be retained, and then proposed footway to connect to existing footway. So effectively, there will be a 2 meter footway from the site that would connect up to the existing footway, which runs then north into Long Bennington.
Yeah.
Just clarifying, would that footway be maintained by the county council as part of the public highway?
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions in the debate? No, all happy? Do I have a proposer? Councillor Bishnesi?
We go with the officer's recommendation.
Lovely, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Reid, thank you. Then we go to the vote then, please. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. Yeah, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And I think at this time it would be good to have a 5-minute comfort break. So we will come back at 2:55, please. Thank you. Right, lovely. Thank you very much. We will continue with the meeting, and this is agenda item 8, S20-1124. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is S20-1124. The application is for the erection of a food store, in brackets use class E1A. And I will just point out now that's a change to the published agenda with that change on the additional items paper. Together with associated car parking, and the site is land east of Low Road in Barrowby. The key issues raised as part of this application include the principle of development, impact on the character of the area, and highway impact. I'll try and speak up and speak a bit closer to the microphone. So this is an aerial view of the site, which shows the site located to the south of Barrowby Village. Then a more zoomed in aerial view shows the site. So this is the field to the east of Low Road, the site south of existing residential development to the north, and it's located immediately north of the Scout Hall, which is shown there jutting out into the field. This site has permission for 49 dwellings with construction underway on the site, as you'll see in the photos. This is the red line plan of the application site. This shows the proposed site of the food store and also provides some site context, now showing the site within the existing 49 dwellings that are currently under construction. Moving on to some photos, this is Low Road in Barrowby, looking towards the site. This picture was taken a couple of months ago before construction on the site was ramped up. So at this stage, construction had just started. Again, this is now looking from the same point further up Low Road. Construction is currently underway for S19-2140 for the 49 dwellings. Again, this is from a couple of months ago before things move further. This is now a more recent photo of the site and shows 4 frontage plots under construction. So foundations have gone in and up to, I think it's just above damp course level there. And to be honest, they've probably gone up another couple of brick levels since this photo was taken as well. This is now taken from the same spot, looking immediately south of those dwellings shown there under construction. So the proposed site is effectively where those storage containers are sited. So the red and green storage containers behind the construction sign, and the proposed car park will roughly be, again, where those cars are already parked for the construction site. So if you can see in the middle of the site, there's a small white car, a yellow van and a white van. The access to the site is just beyond where the temporary traffic light is located. And that's the access to the site there. So it's Low Road with the Scout Hall shown on the right-hand side. This is a couple of pictures of the existing dwellings on Low Road opposite the site. The existing Low Road, both opposite and around the site, is a very mixed street scene in terms of both dwelling heights and materials used all the way across Low Road. This is the local plan policy map for the site allocation at Barrowby, which is LVH3. This shows the wider site allocation. The location of the Scout Hall is noted as the little indent into the red, if you like, with the whole site allocated for up to 270 dwellings in total. And then this slide shows that wider red line site you've just seen split into 3 parcels of land. So the purple parcel is the one we're concerned about as part of this application, and is that has permission with construction underway for 49 dwellings. The blue parcel of land is in the control of Persimmon, and an application has been submitted for 83 dwellings for that site. And then the remaining dwellings of the 270 will come forward as part of the Larkfleet controlled site, which is shown there in green. And this is an aerial view of that wider site allocation. Again, you can note the Scout Hall at the front, down at the bottom of the picture there across Low Road. And then this proposed food retail store will be immediately left of that co-op with the access in. The site block plan, so this shows the siting of the proposal with the food store building to the north of the site, the service yard to the east and car parking to the south of the site. Access is taken from the residential access to the 49 dwellings immediately off Low Road. This is a colour block plan. This slide doesn't add anything to the previous slide shown. However, I've used this slide just to highlight that so immediately north and south of this proposal, there will be public open space. So that's highlighted in the green bits. You can see the 4 plots currently under construction as 2 semi-detached dwellings immediately to the north, then a small area of public open space with trees to be retained, which was seen on the site visit last week, and a pedestrian access in there. And then again, the public open space and attenuation basin immediately to the south of the site, to the east of the Scout Hall. This is the more detailed proposed site layout. This proposes access taken from the residential access to Low Road to the bottom of that slide there, with 21 car parking spaces to be provided, including disabled spaces. The site will be landscaped with tree, shrub and hedgerow planting around the site, including to the Low Road frontage, and includes a community garden with raised beds and seating bench immediately next to Low Road. So that's shown to the southwest corner of the proposed building. Pedestrian access into the site will be from the north from the public open space, to the west from Low Road directly, and to the south from the existing car park, with the existing footway carrying on through from Low Road as currently into the site and round into the proposal. These are the proposed elevations. The proposal will front onto Low Road with its gable end, which is the top left picture, with a canopy over the main entrance. A secondary frontage is provided to the south elevation, which is shown to the top right. This has further glazing and signage to face into the car park. Material details are to be conditioned with a red brick and clay pantar roof proposed indicatively, with further details to come forward as condition. The side elevations, which is the 2 pictures to the right-hand side, so top right and bottom right, will also feature recessed brickwork with climbing plants, marked, if you can see that as number 14 on both sides, but effectively it's the panels of the darker brick shown will be recessed brickwork with climbing plants up. The proposed floor plan is relatively straightforward, so it's 280 square metres of retail space proposed, with a rear back of house storage and staff area. This is a street scene plan, so this has been requested from the applicant to show the context of the proposal when seen along Low Road in response to objections received. So this street scene plan shows the height of the proposed food store in relation to the permitted dwellings currently under construction, seen there on the left. The height then drops to the proposed food store in the centre of the slide. And then again, you can see the proposed landscaping with dwellings in the background, faintly behind the proposed food store. Before again, you get to more proposed dwellings, and the existing Scout Hall is shown now on the far right-hand side of the screen. This is a perspective view that's been provided. Again, this is indicative, but it does show the relationship to the neighbouring dwellings, which again are shown on the left-hand side of that perspective view. Other elements of the proposal have been amended and haven't been updated on the perspective view. It's just to give a broad perspective view impression. Now, one of the main objections put forward is, so from the Parish Council and from objectors, is with regards to car parking. With objections stating that there's potential to increase parking on Low Road rather than through use of the car park. In these objections, I've had quoted 2 examples to me. This on the screen now is one of those examples that's been quoted in the objections. So this is an existing co-op store on Dysart Road in Grantham. So this is the road that goes out towards the south of Barrowby. I do agree with the comments made through the objections as part of this site, with car parking located to the rear of this building and with a very narrow and uninviting access shown there on the left-hand side of the screen to the rear car park. Further, this car park also has insufficient spaces for the size of the shop that's there at the moment. And as such, although there's only one car park there at the time this picture was taken, there is car parking to the front of the co-op rather than using the rear car park of the site. The other example that's quoted at me is the Tesco Express on Winchester Road. So whilst it's called Winchester Road, that's Barrowby Gate immediately on the left-hand side of the picture there. Again, with this one, it doesn't experience the same level of parking issues as the Dysart Road example. However, again, the car park with this one is located to the rear of the building, so the rear of the Tesco Express, and there's also a small arcade of shops. with limited visibility to that car park from the main highway. So the car park is shown there in the bottom right-hand corner. Moving on. So whilst I agree, so I do note and agree with the two examples that have been provided to me as part of the objections. In my view, the most comparable site to this proposal at Barrowby is the recent co-op that's been constructed at Ancaster, now shown on the slide. So at this site, the car park is highly visible from the street. It's also raised slightly above the street level, which is again is exactly the same as per this Barrowby proposal. The car park is therefore well used and with no on-street car parking. This site also, again, as per the Barrowby proposal to be considered today, is also dual frontage. So in terms of it faces both the street, as shown now on the right-hand side, and into the car park as well. In terms of evaluation of this application, so in terms of principle of development, the proposal is in conflict with policy LVH3, with this site allocation for residential use only. However, this proposal for a food store does not prejudice the delivery of this housing policy, with more than enough space to deliver the up to 270 dwellings on the wider allocation site, as previously shown. Further, this proposal does find support in principle in policy SP6, with the principle of further retail uses welcomed. This is discussed further in the report with a comparison of retail provision in other similar size settlements, including smaller settlements, set out in paragraphs 7.1.18 and 7.1.19 of the report. In terms of street scene impact, again, this is noted as the proposal is for a non-residential use on the site, in this case a retail use. However, as demonstrated on the street scene plan, the proposed building will be significantly lower in height than the adjacent dwellings already under construction and lower than the existing Scout Hall building to the south of the site. The proposal is also considered to be well landscaped and is not considered to be harmful to the impact on the street scene. In terms of highway impact, no highway impact is anticipated with low traffic movements to and from the site at peak hours. With regards to car parking, as previously set out, other examples of the Dysart Road and Winchester Road examples are noted. However, these aren't really considered to be a fair comparison to what's proposed as part of this application, with the highly accessible and highly visible car park proposed here. In terms of ecology impact, no ecology impact is considered as part of this proposal, with the site currently a building site as shown in those pictures, and with no drainage concerns at all proposed. With regards to residential amenity, a noise impact assessment has been submitted with a condition for a further verification report to assess any impact on the new dwellings under construction to the rear of the site. There are conditions proposed to restrict delivery times and also restrict the hours of opening. There were no objections from any consultees to the proposal. And whilst objections from the Parish Council and residents are noted with regards to the site, there is general support for a food shop of this scale in the village, and that even comes forward in some of the objections submitted. The application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. I'd just like to add two further verbal updates to the proposed conditions. So condition 4, which is with regards to materials, there's a typo, it should read building rather than dwellings. With that condition just copied across from previous applications. And condition 14, which is regards to the opening hours, should have the word only at the end. So it sets out the opening hours of 7 AM to 10 PM, and it should read only at the end of that condition as well. Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And we have two speakers on this item. Thank you very much for being patient and waiting all this time. And could I have the first one, which is Patricia Scriven, please? Thank you. If you just push the button on the microphone.
Thank you. Representing Barrowby Planning Committee. This application wants to plonk a massive building into the middle of a pleasant residential area with a rural character. It's so huge that it cannot fit into the space. It protrudes 2 meters in front of the building line. It's so huge, it dwarfs neighboring houses. It's 100 feet long. It's so large that next to the surrounding houses, it will stand out like a sore thumb. There's been no attempt to mitigate the effects of this huge building using landscape and high quality design, even though the local plan specifically requires this for this site. It is so big, there's no room for landscaping. The local plan requires high quality buildings. This one is a shed with a shed's proportions, an ugly building. It's certainly not high quality design. It's so huge that it occupies almost every bit of the site, leaving a tiny area of greenery instead of the field and its long, wide hedge marking an ancient boundary. Biodiversity inevitably will be reduced. It's so large, it's too large to serve just the village. It's disproportionate and unnecessarily large, with a very visible, ugly parking area to attract custom from outside the village, particularly by car. This is not a sustainable method of transport and will increase local traffic. Locals are dreading the extra traffic jams and danger. The views along Low Road will be dominated by this huge, ugly shed because it breaches the building line and is in front of the other buildings. And it's on raised land as well to make it worse. This enormous building will have a massive impact on the area, ruining the present green, rural character, replacing it with the busy, noisy traffic and paraphernalia of a big supermarket. It would be a massive carbuncle on a well-loved space and place. Quite simply, it's too big, breaching the building line, and too big, making it out of context with its surroundings. Remember, it's 100 feet long. It doesn't comply with lots of planning regulations, such as the local plan LVH3, which specifically requires mitigation of any development. There is no such mitigation in place. It breaches the planning framework, it's disproportionately large. Like the building carbuncle to which Prince Charles referred, this should not go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could turn the microphone off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alice, could you just clean? Thank you. And then we will have our next speaker. Thank you, which is Matt Wilkinson. Thank you very much. Thank you for being patient and start when you're ready. Thank you. Push the button.
Thank you very much. Councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this planning committee. I'm speaking in support of the application to build a new convenience food store on Low Road in Barrowby. My name is Matt Wilkinson. I'm the development manager for Lincolnshire Co-op. Lincolnshire Cooperative is a successful regional cooperative society. We operate food stores as well as pharmacies, funeral homes, florists, travel branches and post offices in Lincolnshire and surrounding areas. We're not to be confused with the cooperative group who operate convenience stores throughout the whole of the country, including the ones that's already been mentioned on Dysart Road in Grantham. That is not our store. We are two completely different organisations. We've been around for 160 years, serving the communities of Lincolnshire, and we want to be able to deliver a food store to serve the community of Barrowby. Our purpose is to bring together ideas, energy and resources to make life better in our communities. We do this cooperatively with our members, customers, colleagues, suppliers, and all the organisations, businesses, charities and good causes we work with. Providing a new local convenience store for Barrowby will fulfil all these priorities. In recent years, we've developed many similar schemes in villages throughout Lincolnshire, and within South Kestephens, this has most recently been at our Springfields Road food store in Grantham that we opened 18 months ago, and at Long Beddington. It was great to see Councillor Wood speaking in support of the housing, and we had numerous debates prior to us opening the Long Beddington food store 5 years ago. I will say now that the proposed food store is a convenience store of convenience nature. It is not a supermarket. It is designed to meet local shoppers' needs. These food stores that we operate have been vital during the past year, continued to trade throughout the whole of the pandemic as an essential service. It is vital, therefore, that the 1,952 existing residents of Barrowby have a convenience store to provide for their day-to-day shopping needs. Currently, they have no such service. They're having to get in their cars and drive into Grantham to buy bread and milk. Lincolnshire Co-op has been looking for the right location for a convenience store in Barrowby for over a decade. This is not only because of the proposed additional homes, but to provide an essential service for the current residents. This application is a full and detailed application in a sustainable location. The site has good access to the main road network and is close as possible to the existing centre of the village. The access and visibility to the road network is vital for convenience store operators. And no business would look to invest 1.5 million to open a store that is not in a prominent location. The new store will be constructed and maintained by local contractors and will employ 15 staff recruited from the local area. In summary, the proposed scheme is in accordance with policies in South Kestephens District Council's current local plan. It is supported by highways officers. The scheme is sustainable, ready to be delivered and to provide essential services to the residents of Barrowby. And it is recommended for approval by the planning officer. I urge all councillors to support this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Thank you. Ian Selby first, Councillor Ian Selby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'll reserve some of my comments for the debate, but question, I've got serious concern with this, Madam Chairman. Although in principle, love the idea of the co-op. Two parts to this question. One is 21 parking spaces. I've raised this issue before at planning meetings, and I'd like to ask, will the parking spaces accommodate wider vehicles that we have today? Vehicles are much, much bigger than what they used to be. And I just feel that in relation to my second question, is that it's important because today we get some drivers can be rather lazy, and what they'll do is they'll park outside the store rather than use the car park itself, especially if they think that the cars are going to get scratched because the two parking spaces are too close. And my second point, Madam Chair, which is a major sticking point for me, I have to say, and I'll mention this again in the debate, some of my points on this, is I personally feel, and having made 2 site visits to this, Madam Chair, I actually went back again yesterday because I wanted to be sure in my own mind about what I'm actually saying today, is that I do feel that because there is a substantial amount of elderly residents around the Drift area, children and the disabled, I do feel, and bearing in mind that there is a bend on Low Road, I do think that there should be a pedestrian crossing right near to the co-op for the residents there to use, especially as has been highlighted that there will be an increase in traffic, as we know there will be, no question about that whatsoever. My concern is for those elderly residents, the children, that they should be able to get to that co-op in safety. We had a briefing, you may recall, Madam Chairman.
Right, thank you.
Very brief. We had a briefing and we talked about I asked a question about the path. That path does come a certain way up there, Madam Chairman, and it wouldn't take too much to put a pedestrian crossing in that area. Thank you, but I will come back to the debate. Thank you.
Would you like to answer that for me?
Thank you very much. Yeah, 21 car parking spaces is a really good level of car parking for a store of this size. So for example, Long Bennington's got significantly less than that, but 21 car parking spaces is more than sufficient for us to enable our customers to park, you know, within the immediate area. In terms of the width, we do keep to the recommended width of car parking bays, which is 2.4 to 2.5 metres wide. It's a difficult one for me to answer because if I make the car parking bays wider, you get less in there. So 2.4 metres is the accepted standard, and that's what we're proposing in this case. But in terms of the access to the store, it's important for the car park to be convenient for people to use. And this is, if you look at the layout, it's easy to manoeuvre into the spaces, but it's also, there's plenty of room in the turning area so people can back out and turn around easily. And it's that convenience element that is important for people. So we do think people will use a well-designed car park, you know, significantly, because they can pull in, nip into the shop, get what they need, and you know, leave quickly. In terms of the pedestrian crossing, we obviously have level pedestrian routes from the north and south of the site, and we do have a route up through the middle of the site directly off Low Road. We haven't been asked for pedestrian crossing through LCC Highways, but we're always happy to discuss that with them, you know, going forward if that's what they recommend is needed. Obviously, we can't control what highways do on their land, but always happy to work with them if it makes, you know, accessing into the food store simpler and easier.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Bishnar Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much for your presentation. Would it be possible for you to tell us what sort of delivery vehicles that would be delivering to your store? How big they are in terms of tonnage?
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Councillor. Yeah, we operate a scheduled delivery process. So the bulk of our items come through the Cooperative Retail Logistics Network, which is the big co-op lorries. They have a range of vehicles. The largest one, I think, is a 12.7 metre Arctic, or they do go down to a smaller 10.5 metre rigid vehicle. Both of those vehicles have been tracked for this site, so they can enter into the site in forward gear, they can reverse into the service yard, and they can exit in forward gear. As well as the CRL deliveries, and we'd expect 5 of those a week. They're not quite daily, but we have about 5 a week. We would have about 3 to 4 other service vehicles, fresh bread in the morning, and other smaller Mercedes Sprinter van type vehicles. But the bulk of the deliveries do come through the Cooperative Retail Logistics Network.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. The cooperatives generally are usually associated with sustainability or wish to be seen as sustainable. On your what's been called a shed, on your 100-foot shed, there doesn't appear to be any sustainability measures. It would appear to be suitable for solar PV on the roof. Why have you not chosen to make that a feature? And lastly, there is an established hedge running along the front of the boundary at the moment. Why can we not retain all or any of that? I don't think we could retain it all and have a supermarket or, sorry, convenience store, but why can't we retain any of it?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. In terms of solar PV or sustainable initiatives, we do have solar PV in a number of our sites. We have 9 schemes across our estate of 90 shops currently. We stopped rolling out PV because it was only sustainable through the government's, I can't remember the term now, but their payment where they gave you a certain amount per kilowatt hour. So we paused that. We are currently researching that because the cost of solar has gone down and we feel it's a lot more sustainable going forward. So that is certainly something we'll consider on this site. However, in terms of sustainability, all of our energy is bought from renewable resources. So it is completely carbon neutral, and we have been doing that for a significant period of time. We operate extensive investment in technology to reduce our energy and carbon footprint. So we do that through energy efficient plant systems, so the fridges that keep everything cold in the shop. We have LED lights throughout that's all linked through a building management system. So there are no switches in any of our stores because the biggest waster of electricity is staff Unfortunately, we're all human, we forget things. So everything's on a timer. So we don't ask, we don't expect our staff to have to remember anything. It is all automated. We have doors on all of our fridges, significantly reducing the usage. And our heating system, it's a combined CO2 refrigeration heating system. So the refrigeration cycle that keeps things cold. Sorry if I'm going on a bit. It takes heat from one place and displaces it outside, which is why we need the fans to keep the fridges cold. Our system stores that heat, and when it's needed, it then heats the store. So it is a very energy efficient system that we've got in the store. Alongside that, in terms of the building design, we overspec insulation in the floor, the walls and the roof. So it's a very thermally efficient building. I'll pause on the eco stuff now because I could go on about that all day. But if you do have any questions, so I'm more than happy to answer them. I'll leave my card with Chris to go forward with that. In terms of the hedge, the site is currently cleared. So the hedge on the frontage is actually gone, I believe. But in terms of our planting proposal, we have got a detailed scheme of planting proposed as part of the development. This includes 20 trees around the site, new hedges and new shrubs, as well as a community garden that we're actively seeking to engage with the community in terms of the operation and management of that. So there's a net biodiversity gain, quite a significant gain, because say currently at the moment, the site is cleared as part of the wider development.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
You mentioned that you had been looking at Barrowby for some time. Can you explain why you've not used the British Legion site, which is right in the heart of the village and might be deemed a more appropriate site for a store like this?
Yeah, we've spent quite a lot of time assessing sites throughout Barrowby. The Royal British Legion site that burnt down quite a few years ago, one, it's a community site, so we don't want to take that away from the community. We'd love to see that come back as a community facility. The ownership of it is very complicated, so it's actually in two ownerships. So the front portion is owned by the Royal British Legion, the national kind of charity, and the back part is owned by a number of trustees. So we did explore that along with numerous other sites that for commercial reasons I won't go through today, but we've classed that site as not deliverable for a food store, and we'd say that's probably 5 years ago we assessed that site and went through it in quite a lot of detail. So we have sequentially looked for sites that are as large as we need to provide a facility as close as possible to the centre of the village, and this is the first site that's deliverable for us that's come forward, hence why it's got a planning application in.
Thank you. Councillor Robbins.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask if there was any fire hydrants within your application.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? No, thank you very much then. And then we will go into the debate and questions to the officers. Thank you. So Councillor Reid, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. You might sometimes wonder why I carry a case and sometimes books for notes around. One of the pages in the front of my book is Barrowby Parish Council. And their chairman, Phil Cupit, who had represented their village, or their, yes, it is a large village. The problem which needs to be remembered, and I would like it to be remembered by you, Madam Chairman, and I'd like it to be remembered by the portfolio holder that is current. The reasons are because there was a requirement for the master plan within the local plan of 2019. And on inspection, it particularly stated that the master plan is required for the entire site. Now, the entire site, has, to remind members, has 3 building sites, A, B, and C, and indeed where this supermarket is. And that these proposals will only be permitted when these are in accordance and agreed with the master plan. No such master plan was ever published. The recommendations is that all parties should work together to bring a comprehensive site in Barrowby. I, for one, feel that in many ways we've let Barrowby down here as a district council. And I must take part responsibility as having been on the planning committee for 6 years or so, in that being the case. We did hold a meeting with the 3 developers to actually see if we could voluntarily get them to undertake an agreement to comply with what a master plan would have had. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So what we have here for Barrowby is something that is cobbled together. We have 3 housing sites that will come at the bottom of Low Road, and we have this supermarket. Now, the provision and the position, I don't think is too much in question. Or indeed, you know, who are we to dictate who the operator is either? But I really hope that there will be some lessons learned for the future, that when other applications come before us within the local plan and designated planning areas, that we will remember a master plan. If it's the last legacy I could possibly do for SKDC, it would be that, because that is what we are here to do. We are here to promote growth, promote development, but sensitively with the residents that already live here. And I really feel that there has been a lot of effort made on behalf of the parish council. And indeed, we've heard a lady with her observations as well today. I actually find the situation such that as it is, it's up for approval. I don't see as constructively I could make a proposal for it to be either deferred or refused, but it is the situation as it is. And it's all very well, this gentleman coming to us from the co-op and saying, well, the highways had wanted more of a crossing, then indeed, you know, we would talk about it, or we'd agree to it. Of course, the situation is with the highways department, like all of us, we all live to rules and regulations. And the reason we can't have a controlled crossing here is because it won't meet the criteria of the number of crossings in the day, or proposed ones that would substantiate the requirement. So the co-op or any other provider do not have to provide such a crossing. We live on the A15 with another co-op site at Moreton, where we have a refuge, as we all know, in the middle of the road. Well, how dangerous is that? But yet again, there we are. The A15 has problems with its number of crossings for criteria. So we haven't really got any hope of imagination where Low Road in Barrowby is concerned. I get accused sometimes of ranting and raving, and perhaps that's possibly what I'm doing here. But, you know, I just honestly and earnestly appeal that when we look into these situations in the future, when a master plan is actually and should have been put there in the future, we will do it because we need to do it. And I apologise to the people of Barrowby for the situation as to just where we are. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. If you, Chris, you could answer that.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Reid. Just to come back on just to provide an update really with regards to the site master plan that as you state is required for the whole wider proposal. So this particular site obviously doesn't come forward with a master plan. And as set out in the report, the proposal is considered to be contrary to policy LVH3. That is set out in sort of more than one point in the report. However, it is the officer's view that we don't consider this proposal to be in any way prohibitive to the delivery of that wider allocation site. In terms of an update on the master plan and progress with that, Persimmon, who have submitted an application for their part of the site, which is 83 dwellings, the remainder being in the control of Larkfleet, they have submitted an updated master plan to us approximately 3 weeks ago now, roughly. And indeed, they did submit the master plan to the parish council approximately 6 weeks before that as well, asking for further comments from the parish council before they formally submitted it to us as the local planning authority, which we welcomed. However, the parish council didn't respond to Persimmon on the master plan. They have been consulted as part of our consultation process on the revised proposals for the Persimmon site. What I will say is the master plan process will govern the delivery of 221 dwellings, or up to 221 dwellings of the rest of the site. So of the 270 the policy allows for, I completely agree with Councillor Reid that the 49 have slipped through the net, if you like, and have come forward and are under construction, as you've seen in the pictures now, with no master plan in place. However, there will be a master plan that has been submitted new to us and is currently being commented on at the moment that will control the delivery of the further 221. With regards to the overall impact and bring it back to this application, it's the objectors and parish council have pointed out, suggesting why can't the co-op go elsewhere? So they're not generally against the siting of a co-op or provision of a co-op in the village. They have suggested to us, why can't it go in the middle of the site or on the sort of southeastern edge of the site? From our point of view, well, first of all, we have to consider the application as put forward. It's not within our remit to go back to the applicant and say, please put it somewhere else. First of all, of the two site options proposed in the middle of the site, we agree with the applicant that just wouldn't be feasible. It wouldn't be a viable option, whether it's the co-op as the applicant here or any other retail provision. It wouldn't work in the centre of the site. If the site allocation was double or triple the size it is, then you would have a local centre with perhaps a primary school and other shops and facilities, and fair enough, you would have it in the middle, but not with this size of site. And on another proposed location, right to the southeast of the wider allocation site, so on Low Road, effectively just before you get to the crossing of the A1. Again, we don't consider that feasible because it wouldn't serve the rest of the village. It would be a really long walk then to get to the rest of the village from that site. It would only be serving the 270 dwellings and not the rest of the village, which is what this proposal seeks to do. Furthermore, this co-op proposal, it doesn't seek to influence any of the wider master plan remit. So the wider master plan remit would include siting of public open space, the protection of a key view to Harlexton Manor from the south of, I think it's Readings Road, looking south from there, and further sort of wider drainage strategy. So the co-op, it is a very small site. I mean, if this wasn't proposed for retail, if it was proposed for residential, we're talking single figures of the numbers of dwellings that fit onto it. It's not a large site by any means in total. And furthermore, if the master plan was to come forward, as it has done with Persimmon and Larkfleet, that they don't propose a co-op or any other food store within their site allocations, they're happy effectively for it to go where it's now proposed, because it would serve obviously their developments and be a plus for their developments to have an accessible food store as well as the rest of Barrowby. So I hope that provides a wider update of where we currently are, if you like, as an authority with the master plan and that wider policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. And I think it was Councillor Morgan first. Thank you.
Again, thank you. Do you have an overall plan of Barrowby? So we can, and can you show us on that where the village centre is in relation to this new development?
I can do, Councillor. It's up to the chairman. If you wish me to, it might take me a minute to get that map back up, if that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Sorry. I think it was Councillor Penny Mills next.
Thank you. Well, I was really going to comment. I think this is a failure of the master plan situation. I totally agree with what Robert has said. We were hoist at that stage of the reserve matters, and we call it the Barrowby debacle. It was extremely disappointing that this portion of land was removed from a site for 49 houses, and then they were squashed up, became all affordable, etc., etc., etc. I also note that this application for the shop was submitted in the July before we had that reserved matters application. And whilst it wasn't validated, it was obviously in the ether. And I feel, I didn't bring my famous box with me today, but perhaps I should have done. I feel that we've been completely boxed in by this site allocation issue. And it does not comply with the master plan A, requiring the master plan for the entire site, etc., or F, with the potential landscape impacts being mitigated. Now, what happened was, and again, we've let the residents of Barrowby down, is whatever happened to that rural gateway to Barrowby that the residents were promised in the first instance of an indicative plan on the outline and part of this master planning. And I do agree, you know, I think it's a very visual site. I think it is forward of the building line. It's got a great impact with the car park at the front. The hedge has disappeared, which was an important feature. And now we'll get a little bit of landscaping at the front. And also, I do think it is a constrained site. I think the HGV delivery is constrained. And I do believe that lorries and vans and people will just pull up on Low Road and nip in, because I've seen it at lots of other places. Nothing against the co-op. I shop at the co-op myself. But I do think we've been very, very badly let down with this one. And I really don't know what to do about it, but it's very, very annoying. We were boxed in legally, and we now feel hoist by this application. And I would like to know where the centre of Barrowby is. Thank you, Charmaine, because, you know, if we have a community shop and centre, it should be closely related to the centre of the village. So just my comments at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the plan up there? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you like me to come back on, if it's okay, I'll come back to Councillor Milnes first, and then I'll move on to Councillor Morgan's question now. I've got the map up, if that's okay. So just on Councillor Milnes's points, with regards to the building line, if I can pick up on that one, if that's okay, please. I have set out, so it's paragraph 7.2.7. So this is page 134 of the agenda. I know what the public speaker, the objector, mentioned about it being forward of the building line. I've put in the second part of that paragraph. It is noted that the proposed store would sit slightly forward of plots 32 and 33, which are under construction. However, the proposed store would still sit broadly in line with plots 30 and 31, which also front Low Road, and in line with the Scout Hall to the south as well. So it won't completely sit forward of the building line, the new building line that is for the Scout Hall, and the new plots 30 and 31, which are next to the existing residential dwelling on Low Road as well. So it won't breach that. In terms of the hedge that's been mentioned, first of all, I'd like to say that we can't blame the co-op are no part of the loss of that hedge. I appreciate that it did used to come across the front of that site. That hedge has been removed by the existing 49 dwellings under construction so that's Lindham Developments or Platform Housing. That the loss of that hedge is unrelated to the co-op as the applicant for this application or consideration of this application. The hedge itself, whilst a hedge, and we generally like to keep hedges, it wasn't any particular special hedge. It was actually completely floored to ground level only a few years ago by the county council as the previous landowner before allowing it to regrow. And then in terms of Councillor Morgan's point, I'm happy to take the further comments. I've got the map up of Barrowby now, which shows the wider site allocation. I don't know if you can see my cursor on the screen. So that indent there is the Scout Hall. So the access into the wider residential site would be to the north of the Scout Hall, and then the co-op would be roughly, the proposed retail store would be roughly where that mouse is pointing now, if you can see that. In terms of any sort of village centre, Barrowby doesn't really have a village centre. If anything, the village centre is the area of green space, sort of where it says Barrowby in terms of a geographical sort of centre of the village. The proposed site would be walkable along the whole of Low Road. So the majority of houses, if you like, are located on those cul-de-sacs and roads off Hedgefield Road, which is to the north of the site, then with the various cul-de-sacs and loop roads coming down to the site there. I'd also point out that at some point in the not too distant future, the whole of that LVH street, the whole of that red block will be built out as well. Thank you, Chair.
Quickly.
My daughter, just to explain, my daughter used to go to Barrowby in school, so actually know Barrowby extremely well. And I used to spend time in the centre, which is next to the designated village green, where there was a butcher's, there was a very, very popular cafe, and there was also a pub. Could you just show where they are in relation, please, to the co-op? Because that is very much the heart where the school is as well, and the reading, the library room. If you could just illustrate where they are, please.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, if you can see my mouse, I'll also bring it in from the top so you can hopefully view it. It's underneath LVH at the moment. So bring it down where it says PO there. So that's where the existing little post office and village shop is at the moment. And then the butcher's is just around the corner from that. So whilst I appreciate, and then the primary school, as mentioned by Councillor Morgan, is located over here. So I appreciate that there is a little cluster there of the post office and the school and the butchers. From our point of view, I appreciate that's the cluster of the village, if you like, but that's not the centre of the village in terms of access from the vast majority of houses. The vast majority of houses, as mentioned, I've lost my mouse, but effectively are down that right-hand side and to the south of what you'd call that's that sort of little cluster of buildings there. So the proposal will be accessible on foot to the vast majority of the whole village.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
I think this is really disappointing, and I think we seem to be flailing around, don't we, in the absence of a plan. So we're sticking this, or we're having to stick this wherever it's going to go, and it's all a little bit disappointing. And we're talking about a community garden, when it's all probably the actual residents wanted was to see the hedge, the ancient hedge that was there before it was taken down. So what a disappointment this is. And not least because our urban design officer himself, talks, dramatically really about the loss of landscape. The landscape plan seems quite frankly a little bit naff. I can imagine what it's going to be like. It's going to have a few little spindly flick trees planted, which won't last longer than enough. With a communal garden that nobody really wants to engage with, it seems to me. The neighbourhood plan, is not embracing this at all. The people that have put together the Barrowby neighbourhood plan feel that they're being let down by this. Parish Council feel that they're being let down by this. Well, the Speaker this afternoon does. I can't see anything to promote it at all, actually. I think it's good to have local shops, but you talk about a cluster of shops together, a post office, a butcher's, possibly the school is in that area as well. Well, that speaks to me as being the centre of the village. That is what I would consider to be, call me old fashioned, but, I would say, well, that's where the centre of the village is. But we're sticking this, here. People don't really want it. It's lackluster. We haven't got a plan as to where we think it should go properly in the first place anyway. And then we're going to stick a few spindly trees up and hope for the best. It's just not very good, is it? And I'm not going to vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. Some questions. How far off the A1 is it? If we're going to get queues of lorries that are popping in for a sandwich, where on this map on here now, where would you come off the A1, and how far out of your way would you have to go? Secondly, where is this master plan? The master plan we decided we wanted, I say we, meaning the council, back in 2019, and you say that it was sent to the parish council 6 weeks ago, just as they were putting pen to paper to you saying, where's the master plan? And so why isn't the master plan in front of us? If we need to understand the application in the context, surely we need to see the master plan. Why is there no solar PV? I asked the gentleman the question, and he gave me a lot of very technical details of good practice in supermarkets and convenience stores, which you would expect any self-respecting convenience store promoter to do, he didn't actually answer the question of, well, he said basically we looked at it a few years ago, and because the government money dried up, we're not looking at it again, although acknowledging that it probably would add up. Probably within 12 years, it would pay for itself, a solar PV financially, let alone in terms of sustainability. So do we have the power as a committee to insist or encourage that they look at solar PV and other related technologies? This hedge, in paragraphs 5.72 on page 128, our own SKDC arboricultural officer said, the proposed food store will result in the loss of a stretch of hedgerow. But you're saying that hedgerow is already gone. So what, how did we, is it Lindum or who's taken the hedgerow away? And that seems a little bit presumptive to wipe that out, because that seems to be a feature of the site bemoaned by the parish council and everybody else involved, and a real wasted opportunity. I don't know if it's an ancient hedgerow, but certainly it was an established hedgerow. You can see that just by looking on Google Maps. And we're going to replace this hedgerow, if I've read it properly, with some trees and a herb garden. I don't think a herb garden is equivalent to a well-established long hedgerow. So in light of all this, in light of us not having a master plan and us not being clear about what they're building, and in light of the clear local opposition to this site being used for a convenience store, I would say that we defer it until we've got some proper information. I don't live in Barrowby. I don't know if it's in the best interest of Barrowby to have the convenience store located in this position. If it was outline permission for a convenience store, I possibly could be persuaded. But based on everybody saying this is not right as it is, I think we should ask for clearer information. And the first people to bring back the clearer information should be the house builders that promised us a master plan and have failed to deliver.
Thank you. And I did believe that Chris did answer the thing about the hedge, and it was Lincolnshire County Council who owned the land in the first place. Is that correct? Yes, Councillor.
The developers did not agree to a master plan. They weren't made to agree to a master plan. The time is past.
Thank you. Hang on a minute. Chris, would you like to answer? Thank you.
I'll try and come to all your points, Councillor Baxter. So first of all, if I can just clarify with regards to the hedge, as I previously mentioned, the loss of the hedgerow is absolutely nothing to do with the co-op as the applicant for this site. They are not on site, as you've seen. The co-op have nothing to do with the loss of that hedge. The hedge, pardon?
With respect, Chair, Mike. With respect, Chair, if the co-op haven't taken it away, and I don't think the county council have taken it away, where's it gone? Who knocked it down?
The hedgerow is unrelated to this application, Councillor Baxter. I can't be clearer than that. The hedgerow used to be in the ownership or the stewardship of the county council. A few years ago, they cut it down to literally lower than knee height from a purely a maintenance purpose. The hedgerow is not an ancient hedgerow. It doesn't meet any of the tests for retention in any way, that hedgerow. The hedgerow was then removed as part of the Linden scheme that's currently on site. So completely unrelated to this application being discussed today. I can't be clearer than that, I don't think, on the hedgerow. With regards to the master plan, again, as set out in the report, the master plan is not considered to relate to the Lindum site, which has already been permitted. It's already under construction. This proposal would sit within the wider Lindum site, which has already got permission. The master plan has been proposed in 2019. It was first submitted to us and did come before hasn't come before committee as yet, but it has been submitted as part of the application for the neighbouring Persimmon site for 83 dwellings. And that master plan does cover the whole of the Persimmon site and the Larkfleet site, to sort of refer to them that way, or parcel B and parcel C as sometimes referred to otherwise. So the master plan did come forward. The master plan proposal was then discussed internally with officers and members, and the applicants at the time, so Persimmon and Larkfleet, were sent back to the drawing board on their master plan with comments, particularly from the council's urban design officer at the time. This is going back to, off the top of my head, late last August, last year, maybe September. Yeah, Councillor Reid suggests that's correct. So yeah, so last year they were sent back effectively with their tails between the legs to say, we're not happy with the master plan you've submitted. Please go away and revise that. When I said that was resubmitted, so that was resubmitted to the parish council about 9 weeks ago now, to offer the parish council a chance to make any comments on that master plan before going back to Persimmon. Before then, they formally submitted it to us as a local planning authority. So we requested that. And in a way, Persimmon did the right thing by going to the parish council in the first instance to say, dear parish council, here's the new master plan. Have you got any comments? The parish council asked us as the planning authority if we wish to join a meeting with them, so then to help them provide those comments back. We offered them suggested dates for that meeting, and the parish council didn't take us up on that offer, and the parish council didn't go back to Persimmon with any further comments on the master plan. After a period of 6 weeks passed, Persimmon then submitted that new master plan to us as the local planning authority with new plans for their proposal, and that's currently out for public consultation at the moment, of which the parish council is included in that, and the relevant officers here as well. So that's where we are with the master plan. However, I would reiterate that that master plan covers parcels B and C, or the Persimmon and Larkfleet schemes. So that's 221 dwellings in total that master plan will control. But the master plan will not control the 49 dwellings currently going up as we speak. And then this proposal for a retail store would sit within that proposal for the 49. So there has an extant permission for outline development on this site. I admit it doesn't have outline development for a retail store, and hopefully the report does cover that and does suggest it is contrary to that. However, this retail store does not compromise in any way the delivery of the rest of the allocation, nor does it compromise the master plan for the remaining 221 dwellings on the site. You asked a question about the A1. So the A1 is on that plan that's on the screen now. That's the A1, the green line running north to south to the right-hand side. And you can see the loops, if you like, underneath there off the A1 onto the A52. So if you're to access the site from the A1, the logical junction to come off would be the A52 junction to then come down through the village. But in terms of impact on passing trade, I don't think the co-op is too small a size to attract any passing trade from the A1. If you were on the A1 driving up and down sort of a longer distance and after a lunch stop or a sandwich or what it may be, for instance, the services just up the road at downtown, for instance, would be far more attractive a proposition to pop in and out of if you were driving up and down the A1. In terms of passing trade, it's just passing trade through Barrowby, the proposal seeking to attract. The Low Road site is not a main road, it's not a through road from anywhere. Effectively, it links Grantham into the village of Barrowby and then up that way to the A52. But if you were to go from Grantham west generally, you'd go on the A52, you wouldn't loop through Barrowby. It's just sort of village passing traffic. I'd also point out that just to the south of the map there, the drift, I think Councillor Selby mentioned the drift earlier. So just further down the drift, you've got Harlexton village as well. So the proposal, admittedly by traffic, but it would attract him and would serve sort of a wider village network than just Barrowby. So Harlexton's a lower order settlement, for instance, than Barrowby as well. So it served the residents of Barrowby, passing trade through Barrowby and wider villages. I don't think the proposal is just not big enough really to serve any passing sort of A1 trade. Hopefully that comes back.
Thank you. I think.
Solar PV.
Solar PV, to be honest, I don't think I can add anything to that over and above what the applicant set out in the answer to your question. The only thing I can suggest is we can sort of ask the question again, if you like, of the developer by adding in a further condition, which would be our sort of our standard SB1 policy condition, to ask for further details to make sure that the proposal is in line with that policy. What I would say is the policy is really geared up for major development proposals. So I think it was Councillor Bisnath Singh asked the question about the Long Bellington scheme we've just talked about. So it is relevant for things like that. For this proposal, at the end of the day, it's a minor proposal. It's not a major proposal. But if that would overcome your concerns, we could add in that condition for further details to be submitted.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Selby was next.
Madam Chair, thank you very much indeed. First of all, let me say from the outset, I love the co-op, absolutely love it. We've got one up the road where I live, they're a fabulous community spirited organisation, and they would be my first choice for a store. Now, this is not a supermarket, it's a convenience store, big difference. And I would like to say, putting this in context with the village, now the area was referred to as the drift, those houses below the red area, I would estimate, Madam Chairman, that there are probably at least 100 dwellings there. Many of them are semi-detached. And I'm informed that possibly a quarter of those are elderly residents. There's children there, there's a lot of disabled. I've been to the site twice, Madam Chair, as I said earlier. And I saw one gentleman with a disability scooter. Now, raised issues to highways safety. Now, I'm surprised highways are saying here that there's no safety impact. Whoever put that report together obviously doesn't have local knowledge. I went along to have a look, and I was concerned about the bend that goes now. Asked a question at our briefing that we had with regarding a footpath. The footpath actually goes just the other side, just north of the Scout Hut area, and it's only, and I paced it out. You're only talking about 20 to 30 paces that would take you to the co-op. So there's no. It's lacking of about 20, 30 paces of footpath on that side of the road. Now, there will be an increase in traffic, no doubt whatsoever, because of the development that's being built there. Now, that development also, I'm sure they would be welcome convenience stores. But if you was to ask the vast majority of the people from the Drift area if they would like a convenience store, I'm absolutely sure that the vast majority would welcome a convenience store for that area. And I asked the question about the parking spaces by the store for the reason is that I would like to encourage people to use the parking spaces instead of parking outside. Now, if they park outside, it's not fair on the houses that are adjacent to the store. If they're trying to access their own house and there's parking outside, and in my view, there should be double yellow lines outside of the convenience store on Low Road, as they do for many other stores. Many other convenience stores that we see around the area. So I'm going to be asking if we can have double yellow lines at the very least outside there. The pedestrian crossing that I'm asking for as well, that I would like to ask to be incorporated with this is because you imagine, Madam Chairman, a car, I've took some photos while I was there, a car coming around that bend, an elderly gentleman, walking stick, trying to get across the road, and all of a sudden a car comes around the bend. It's an elderly gentleman in the middle of the road. You can appreciate it's difficult for elderly residents. We must consider them greater than what we do, I have to say. So I'm absolutely convinced there should be a pedestrian crossing there. I was going to say, I would like that to, if that can be part of this application, that as a gentleman said from the co-op, happy to discuss that with highways, which I'm really pleased to hear that. And also, if you don't put a co-op there, if you don't put a little convenience store there, bear in mind where all the residents have to go to use a convenience store. They have to go into the town itself. That's a fair way, Madam Chairman. I'm saying it. Also, you look at the environmental impact as well of that, travelling into the town. You can't actually get onto the A1 from the where you can see the line at the bottom there. You have to go up to the A52, which is a bit of a pain, I have to say. So you can imagine it's not easy. I also believe there's a co-op and a post office in the village as well. So they've got a little bit of a soup mini store up there as well, I believe. And I just think all round, it wouldn't be a bad thing. If you don't put a little store there, what do you put there? Put more houses? And I just think a little convenience store would be welcomed by the residents there, but I want to see the highways safety things there. It's for the kiddies, for the elderly, for the disabled, and that's my big concern. If they're not incorporated in this application, it won't get my support, because I'm not going to put my name to something that doesn't have the safety concerns of the residents.
Thank you very much, Councillor Selby. Chris, can you answer that for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor. With regards to so highway safety and the footpath, so Councillor Selby, as you point out, there is the existing footpath along the eastern side of Low Road that the proposal would connect into. So there is an existing footpath there. In terms of residents from the Drift accessing the site, I appreciate there's no pedestrian crossing proposed. However, I'll try and use the mouse if you can see the cursor in the middle of the site there. Yep. So if I just bring it down, so the 30-mile-an-hour limit to the village is roughly where my mouse is pointing there. So 30 mile an hour is before you get to the dwellings. So the cursor disappears after I don't touch it. But effectively what I'm trying to say is the 30 mile an hour limit is before you get to the dwellings of Low Road and before you get to the Drift as you sort of come around the corner. In addition to that, I'd add that, again, it is sort of trying to visualise, if you like, that red block there eventually will be up to 270 dwellings in total. So in addition to where the 30 mile an hour limit is at the moment, it's more than likely going to be moved further out and further out as that site does get developed out. Because in addition to the 30 mile an hour limit being moved, you'll have at least, again, I don't know, but you'd have at least 2 junctions, I'd have thought, going into the bottom part of that proposal, so where that red block is. So in terms of traffic coming around that corner, and at the moment, there's not considered to be an issue. And going forward in future, any sort of traffic issues are considerably less because any vehicle speed and movements are going to be much less as that site gets built out. With regards to any kind of pedestrian crossing, I think from a highways point of view, highways don't always like pedestrian crossings, potentially because they could create a highway safety issue in themselves. Because if drivers don't know where these pedestrian crossings are and all of a sudden something pops up, and particularly where you're talking about on that bend to access the Drift, potentially it could create further issues with a congregation of people using that crossing than is currently there at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, it's not a highly trafficked road. We're not talking a main road. So I think the example of the co-op at Moreton was mentioned earlier. The one at Colsterworth, Long Bennington, for instance, they're all main roads through settlements. This is not a main road through a settlement. It's a village road, effectively, that serves the village. It is not a main A road or anything like that in terms of its traffic movements at all. In terms of you mentioned double yellow line, so what we call a TRO, traffic regulation order. Again, highways haven't proposed that at this stage. It is something that could come forward at a later date if the application was permitted. And if there was a particular issue, then we could ask highways to consider a traffic regulation order for double yellow lines if there's a particular issue. But at the moment, just bear with me a second, I can quote. So highways effectively have sent their consultation response back to us, saying it's a minor application, not a major application. The development proposal is not considered to result in severe impact on the highway network. The highway network, highways and local flood authorities does not consider the proposal to result in severe highway impact. They suggest a couple of informatives, which are the standard informatives about a new junction. Standard informative about utility connections, and then the only condition they've proposed is a construction management plan, which is set out in the report. That's all they've set out. They haven't requested any pedestrian crossing point or TRO. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And we are just coming up to the 3-hour mark. So if we wish to continue, we need to have a proposal and a second to go in additional time. You can. Thank you. Thank you. Got noted those. Thank you. Yes. Can we have a vote then? An hour. Thank you. That's carried.
Can I just clarify, because we seem to be melding the officer's question session with the debate. Right, okay. In that case, I'll debate rather than ask questions, if I may, at this point. I acknowledge the fact very much so that Barrowby could do with some form of convenience store. And I think that the point has been made that that's something that the residents would like. What I think is also very clear from our guest speaker, who I'd like to thank for coming today, also from the report itself, that the majority of voices from Barrowby regarding this application did not support this particular application. And there were a number of concerns raised regarding the location, if I look at that first of all. Now, it's kind of been put to us, well, you couldn't put it in the middle of the new housing site, you couldn't put it on the edge of the housing site, therefore this is the only viable site. But we're not necessarily talking about within the constraints of this development. We're talking about the village as a whole and how it functions as a village. Now, I thought it was very interesting, the comment regarding the British Legion Club, which has been derelict, unfortunately, after fire for some time, because that clearly would make an ideal village central location for such a store, and probably at such a scale that it would meet the needs of the community without having a detrimental impact on the existing businesses there. I have to say, including one extremely popular and very, very good butcher, to say nonetheless. And also the survival, potentially the post office there very much depends on also additional passing trade for other items other than post office business. What concerns me about this particular application is that it's dividing the village. And I think there's been a lot of concern and comment today raised regarding the master plan. Now, let's put that aside, we haven't got one, but we do have a policy. It's in front of us, and we are told by our own officers that this development isn't complying with it. And it's because that site was earmarked for housing. Now, the fact that somewhere along the line, someone's decided it's okay to cut off a corner of a plot and then squeeze more housing into the rest of it to create space artificially in the corner of that plot, doesn't mean that principle has gone. The principle was that site was meant for housing, and I think that there's some good reasoning behind it. If we look at the drift, for example, and let's look at increasing traffic flow from Harloxton to Barrowby. Well, having done that route many a time, I'd be hugely concerned. I'd be concerned in the summer and even more so in the winter. It's actually virtually more than a country track. And in parts, it has complete right angle bends that are totally blind. So if we actually were to increase the amount of traffic going down that route, that would be hugely concerning. And there are parts where it goes over the canal as well. And that's a single track blind bend over a tiny little bridge.
Excuse me, but that isn't to do with the planning application. Your bends on a corner aren't affecting the planning application that we're discussing at the minute.
I'm talking about the fact that this development acknowledged will attract more people. We've mentioned earlier from Harloxton to the site. That's the route you have to take to get from Harloxton to the site. That's just that route. Now let's look at the HGVs that we're talking about. Well, they actually have a number of ways in and the A52, which has been mentioned as a likely route, and it certainly would be for some of those HGVs, they'd have to be going through that small village, heart of the village I was telling you about, to get to the co-op, or they'd be coming the opposite direction, turning right into the co-op site. These large vehicles, which are described, what was it, 12.75 meters, 10.5 meters, that's 30 feet of vehicle turning right on a virtually blind bend on Low Road off the Dysart Road junction. But there are serious concerns here. I think Councillor Selby is quite right regarding the issue around safety. The fact there is little pavement in that key area where, again, we're drawing people in. Nobody's mentioned cyclists. If there's one of the things that we've really noticed about Barrowby is actually quite a few of the people cycle around Barrowby at the moment because they can. But I'm not so sure that they're going to be able to in the future if this particular development goes ahead on this particular site. Now, we have a very clear policy. Other times this is thrown at us that this site's been earmarked for this, therefore we must stick by it. All of a sudden, for some reason, when it comes to this application, actually we can bend the rules a bit. It was very clear. It's a housing site. The policy exists and we could refuse it on that loan. It is a housing site. nothing more. And I'm actually going to recommend refusal on that ground, because I can't, although I'd love the village to have a convenience store, I don't think that this is the right place for it. It's just in a really bad position with regards to the junctions and with regards to the heart of the village. I think it will divide it. And it was also quite deceptive because, yes, there is quite a lot of housing if we look at the map in the top corner, but a number of those roads actually don't lead to Low Road. They actually lead and relates really to the original heart of the village, to the main road north of that. You can see the horizontal road going at the top. So they don't actually have necessarily direct access to there. They'd have to go all the way around the houses to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You are chairing the meeting. I have waited patiently to recommend approval of this application because none of us are highway officers, and the information we have in front of us is with highways consent the way it is. Whether we like it or whether we don't, that's where we are, and we have no premise, any of us, to actually challenge that as it be. So, and this particular site, it would have been site A of a master plan, which the other sites B and C are going to be part of. It's too late. We're beyond that. So I would recommend the approval because I cannot substantiate any reasons to the committee for either a reason for deferral or indeed refusal. However, before you allowed me to speak, another colleague has made a recommendation for refusal. So it is for you to chair the meeting, not me.
Thank you. Can you just put your mic on? But
yeah,
you were thinking about it. I don't think you actually stated that that is what you would do. So is that a proposal?
My proposal is that we refuse this application on the grounds that this site is earmarked for housing and not for retail.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Baxter seconding that, and you agree with those. So can we have a vote on for refusal and going against the officers, please? Sorry.
No, don't worry. Again, apologies. Members, just to come in ahead of the vote and really echo what Councillor Reid has just said to you. You have that there isn't a master plan. The history of that has been dealt with and discussed on multiple occasions, even before this meeting, as well as at this meeting. There are no objections from any statutory consultees, despite members' concerns, but there is nothing to substantiate in terms of the location being unsafe or highway safety grounds, double yellow lines, etc. Parking is not a concern from your statutory consultee point of view, and officers. This is an entirely acceptable location for this store. Yes, it is on a housing allocation, and that's its only flaw, is that it is contrary to a housing allocation policy. And I would urge caution in proceeding down the route of we're refusing this on the grounds that it's contrary to a housing allocation policy only. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Can I?
No, we can just go on to the vote then, please. We've had a proposer, we've had a seconder. But, well, very quickly then, please, Councillor Bisnas.
I will brief Madam Chairman very quickly. I wonder if Chris could take that on board. I've got nothing against the convenience store, but I am disappointed that a community-orientated company depends on government subsidy to install PV cells or solar panels. But also equally, I just wonder if Chris, in his attempt to probably talk to the applicants with that, to also consider about putting a charging point for cars in the car parks for people for future, because in 9 years time, most of the cars on our roads will be, electric cars. So we will need to make that provision. Thank you, Madam Chairman. If Chris could take that on board.
Chris, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Bisnath Singh. I think it was Councillor Baxter that raised this point earlier. If Councillor Reid would need to agree as the proposer, but I would be willing to add in our standard wording of the what we call the SB1 condition. So SB1 is the relevant policy. So with those details to come forward, it'd be similar to the Long Bennington condition that we discussed previously. So we'll cover that under conditions, including it specifically mentions electric charging points.
Thank you. Councillor Selby, very quickly,
Yeah,
because
thank you very
we've
much,
been
Madam
going
Chairman.
round and
Yeah.
round in circles for a long time
I'll
now.
be brief, Madam Chairman, thank you. Madam Chairman, I don't wish to vote against this. However, I just think it's wrong that that we can't challenge highways safety issues. And I would like to ask that my concerns on safety issues are recorded in the minutes, please, if I may. And so that's just a big sticking point for me. If we can get these issues addressed with highways, I would be happy to support it. But I'm sorry, I can't. So I'm afraid I'm probably going to have to abstain, Madam Chairman, on this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. If highway, can I just speak, please? If highways have said, and they are the lead authority on highways, we can't really go against that. They are the professionals. We, as councillors, are lay people. They are professionals. They take a number of years to get trained up so they do know what they are talking about. However we feel, they are the professionals. Councillor Stevens, could we make it quick, because this has been going on now? Thank
I
you.
just wanted to ask the legal advisor why she would urge caution against us voting against this on the basis that it goes against our policy on housing. Thank you.
Because, Councillor Stevens, in all other respects, it's acceptable in planning terms. The fact that there's a policy in the local plan, yes, is a factor. But in this instance, your officers are making an assessment against all the policies in the plan and against all other policies and national planning policy. It is acceptable, other than the fact in your local plan it is an allocation. Now, officers don't feel it prejudices the rest of the allocations, the rest of the 41 houses on the rest of phase A, plus the 221 on phases B and C. So the majority of the allocation will come forward with the added bonus potentially of a convenience store. It's the application's only flaw is it is contrary to that single allocation, but in all of the planning aspects, it is deemed perfectly acceptable. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Mills, and then this will be the last one, and then we will go to the vote.
Yes, thank you. I'm just going along the line how we were hoist into this situation that we're in. And, I do think there are visual and amenity impacts that maybe we've not thoroughly discussed. I noticed Judy Stevens mentioned, that it really isn't the same as a rural outlook. And that is what the Barrowby residents were led to believe they would get along Low Road. We have been shoehorned into this situation, as Robert says, and none of us really like it, do we? So why are we in this situation is another question, but it is contrary to our local plan, obviously, our allocation. There are issues around landscaping cap impacts through high quality design and landscaping, which is under the allocation at F. And also, I'm not convinced that we've particularly got to grips with G, which is the development should provide net gains in biodiversity on site and contributed to wider ecological networks where possible.
Yes, please, Councillor Reid.
I can speak. Yeah, it's been past our design team. That's we could go against them, but I don't think that holds any solidarity to uphold any reason for refusal or deferral, I'm afraid, at this point. It's too late. I've said it several times.
So I'm going to go to legal. Thank you.
I'm willing to take amendments to my proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just in respect of the biodiversity net gain, the site has been cleared, not by the applicant, but by a third party. The site introduces the garden area, despite your opinions on the garden area and the trees and things, but I would again urge caution in saying that you're refusing it on lack of biodiversity net gain, because there quite clearly is a net gain from the nothing that is currently on the site, which is beyond the applicant's control. So again, I would urge caution in that respect. Again, in terms of landscape and visual impact, it's been to design pad, as Councillor Reid has said. I would urge caution against down the line members are going, and remind you in all other policy, planning policy and material consideration terms, it is perfectly acceptable in your officer's opinion and your statutory consultee's opinion. It is merely contrary to one policy that the site has been allocated for housing. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I will go to Councillor Caberry-Brown, and then I'm sorry. Right, we'll go for your point of information. Then it will be Councillor Caberry-Brown. Then we will go to the vote. Oh, Councillor, did you want? I think you were seconding, weren't you? Yeah. Right, we'll go Councillor Ashley Baxter, Councillor Caberry-Brown, Councillor Jackie Smith, and then we will go to the vote, because we are just going round in circles now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Reid and legal officer have both said that we should be aware that it's been through our design officer. But if you read the report 5.10.1 and 5.10.2, our design officer says it needs more thought, more than once. He says, well, it doesn't say it's rubbish, but he said that the current design is not brilliant.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Caberry-Brown.
Right, thank you very much. I did ask quite some time ago before we started going around in circles. Thank you, Madam Chairman. What I'd like to say is I've listened to what the legal officers said, continually saying, but you're not going, you're not going against this, you're not going against that. What we are going against and what we are elected to do and not go against is the electorate. We've had a speaker today from the parish council. She couldn't make it more clear to any of us that Barrowby do not want that convenience store there. Now, whatever else has gone through, whatever people have pushed, and there's this decision and that decision and the other decision, we're here for the good of the electorate and for the good of Barrowby residents. Please take that on board before you start voting for a convenience store, which everybody says is in the wrong place. That's all I ask.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Sorry.
I was just going to propose that we move to the vote.
Yes, can you just?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to address the point about you're here to represent the electorate, that is true as a councillor, but when sat on planning committee, you represent the district. You're all here open-minded to assess planning applications against the local plan as a whole when assessed against the county. If you want to represent the local electorate, you have to remove yourself from the planning committee and speak as a ward member. Then you can speak with passion for or against an application. But when sat on these two rows as a member of the planning committee, you represent the council as the local planning authority, and that is applying the local plan as written. Local views feed into that, and they are material, and you are to take them into consideration, but that is into consideration viewed against national planning policy framework and the local plan and the neighbourhood plan. So just to be clear on that, you are not necessarily representing the electorate when sat on the committee for the local planning authority. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And we'll go to a vote. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, obviously, a lot of issues have been raised. That there are, it has gone through a very sort of thorough process in terms of looking at this proposal. I can understand, contention around the various technical issues, but it has been looked at very thoroughly. There's obviously previous contention about the wider area. There have been comments, both objections and support from the local community, but again, taking that point, we have to look at the issues that are raised and all the technical issues that we've been through today, whether they be on landscape, on highways, design. They've been thoroughly researched, and we have provided a balanced view, but also in the recommendation it is clear that although there's some concern around the housing allocation policy, there are lots of other positive policies that seek, in terms of planning, to secure this type of proposal. It's been set out quite thoroughly in the report and some of the observations today, that it will provide a community facility. I think we heard earlier, didn't we, that it has been an aspiration to provide such a community facility for a number of years. This is an opportunity with new development coming forward, admittedly, to secure that opportunity of a convenience facility within the village, and that is set out in the report quite comprehensively. So yeah, it's very carefully considered and has been put forward in terms of the recommendation in front of us today, but there are lots of areas set out in the recommendation in terms of our policy from the local plan that would support the recommendation in front of us today. So they're all listed on page 140 of the report. So we've highlighted at least 9 policies in the local plan and relevant sections from the National Planning Policy Framework, and there is, as we've said, a minor transgression regarding the housing allocation policy, but I think we've tried to give a balanced view of this opportunity coming forward within that overall allocation size. And that's why the recommendations in front of us today, taking account of the comments that have been made by members earlier. So just caution, and try and add that bit of a narrative, really, just to try and focus ourselves as we come towards resolutions.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Right.
Chair.
We will now go to the vote. We've had a proposer and a seconder, which is for against, and it'll be a recorded vote. And Shelley will do that. Thank you. Oh, Alice, you are recording. Thank you. Oh.
Chair. Yes, I have, but that's only, sorry for coming in again, if you don't mind, Chair. Yeah, it's just the reasons that we would need if.
Yeah. Can you turn your mic off?
So I'd like to add that as the second reason.
Thank you.
To clarify, Chair, if we're against the development, we vote for, and if we're for it, we vote against.
You've totally confused me there. I would say that, and I may be wrong, that if we're going with Councillor Morgan's proposal, you'll be voting for, and if you're against it, you vote against. Am I correct?
Yes.
For refusal.
Yes, so you're voting for
Refusal.
against refusal, or you're abstaining.
So we're voting for a refusal.
If you wish.
Chairman, sorry, can we just clarify, was Councillor Morgan adding the housing allocation, contrary to the housing allocation policy, the exact number forgets me, but also some design concerns? Are they seconded by Councillor Baxter? Because they haven't formally been on the record seconded.
Thank you. Yes, certainly. And I would also be inclined to add in biodiversity and sustainability issues.
Can we have some policies, please, from members? Because obviously it is members overturning officer recommendations. They need to supply details of what it is, but also we have, I remind you again on the biodiversity issue.
Thank you. Because at the moment, I think we're totally confused.
Right, councillor Morgan has proposed against the proposal. Refusal. Proposed refusal, correct. So therefore, if you wish to follow councillor Morgan, you will be for. If you are against councillor Morgan's proposal, you will vote against, correct?
And then you will consider mine as a counter.
Yes, and then we will. Thank you.
So what is count? What you?
Can you turn your microphone off, please? Councillor Smith, could you turn your... Thank you. So if you'd like to do the policy reasons on behalf of.
Yes, so building on what Councillor Morgan, her proposal was the proposal is contrary to policy LVH3 as the proposal is not for residential development. And also the proposal is contrary to policy DE1 through being poor design and impact on the street scene. Would that be acceptable? Yes. Okay.
I would agree. It's also contrary to policy EN2, protecting biodiversity and geodiversity, and also in contrary to policy SB1, sustainable building.
Do you agree, councillor Morgan? Because it's your proposal at the end of the day. Can you put your microphone on, please? Microphone on, please. Microphone on, please. Thank you.
They are all relevant considerations in view of the debate we've had today and the evidence provided.
If I may just come back on that, Councillor Morgan, I accept obviously the report does set out that the proposal is contrary to LVH3, so I accept that part of your proposed recommendation for refusal. I accept that if you consider the proposal to be contrary to policy DE1, that's a subjective matter. So again, we can note that in a proposed refusal reason. With regards to the other policies mentioned, EN2 and SB1, at the end of the day, it's up to you, Planning Committee, if you wish to put those forward for reasons for refusal. I would really consider not putting those policies as a reason for refusal. The reason being policy EN2 is in relation to, that's the biodiversity environment policy, as you've mentioned. But the site as shown on the pictures is currently a car park with a couple of shipping containers on. So I don't know how the proposal can be contrary to any ecology concerns. And then with regards to policy SB1, as we've set out, that can easily be overcome through a planning condition to secure potential, whatever it may be going forward. So if you want to stick with a refusal reason for LVH3 and DE1, from an officer point of view, I can understand your reason for refusal, but I would really urge caution in adding in the two further policies, EN2 and SB1 as mentioned.
Can you? Thank you. So are we ready to vote?
Can we be sure? If we can have clarity for what exactly is being proposed, and if Councillor Baxter still wishes to second that proposal.
Right, you thumbs up, you're quite happy. Can you just say it for the record, please?
I'm happy to second the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you. So can you do clarification for me, please?
So the refusal reason as proposed by Councillor Morgan would be that the proposal is contrary to policy LVH3 of the South Kesteven local plan through not being we'll work out some wording, but effectively it's not residential proposal on a residential site. And the proposal through its design and impact on the street scene is contrary to policy DE1.
Right, the proposal is against, yes. So if you wish to follow councillor Morgan, you will vote for. If you are against what councillor Morgan has suggested and put forward, you vote against. Correct? Thank you. So we're taking a recorded vote and Alice will be doing that for us.
No, that's not the proposition on the table.
You would need to vote against it then.
All members, the proposition on the table, members, is that members are minded to refuse the application. So that's the proposition. There's no other proposition on the. Yes, so you're in agreement with councillor Morgan, or you're not in agreement, or you wish to abstain from the vote. That's the only proposition that we have on the table at the moment.
Thank you. Alice, could you do a recorded vote, please?
Madam Chairman, how would you like to vote?
Against.
Councillor Smith, please.
Against.
Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Bisnousting.
Abstain.
Councillor Cabry Brown. Councillor Milnes.
Abstain.
Councillor Morgan. Councillor Reid. Councillor Robbins.
Against.
Councillor Selby.
Abstaining on highway safety concerns and request that they are recorded in the minutes, please, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Not sure. I'll go against. Is that right?
Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Stevens.
For.
Thank you. The vote was 6 against, 4 for and 3 abstain. The proposal is not carried, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Reid, you were the next person to propose.
Thank you. So I'd like to propose, Madam Chairman, now for approval. And in that proposal, it is to include SP1. Am I right? SP1B. Okay. And I have my colleague on my right that has indicated that he will second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bellamy. On the mic, please. Let's record.
Yes, I'm happy to second the proposal. Well, not happy, but I'll second it.
Madam Chairman, can I ask if the proposal will be willing to have some consultation with highways with regarding my two concerns, you know, with the pedestrian crossing and double yellow lines, and then I'll be happy to support the proposal if he is. Thank you.
Councillor Reid, have you got a point of information?
As a point of information, I have mentioned it in debate before, owing to the criteria with this application, highways will not. So I could mention it, but it's not going to hold any weight, and we are not qualified to actually challenge highways. Regretfully, I'm sure everybody in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. So could we go to the vote then, please? Jeff, thank you.
It's only a point, just picking up on the comments and concerns. Obviously, as Chris highlighted earlier, there will be there are the existing conditions which highways have obviously assessed at the moment. And there is obviously the further development. So in terms of where features on the local highway network will be, in terms of rural nature compared to the built-up area of the village, that will change over time. So it will be a moving sort of area that as well. So hopefully will be a betterment as well longer term. But noted, there are the existing footpath links which hopefully people will use, as well as the parking facilities that are provided and the tracking that was shown earlier to accommodate the delivery vehicles, which are roughly one, well, there were 5 a week, I think, so one roughly a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I have a proposer and a seconder, I don't think we need to have this recorded, do we? Or do we? With recorded vote. Right, we'll go for another recorded vote then, Alice, please.
Madam Chairman, please.
Pardon?
There has not been a request for a recorded vote.
Thank you very much. I'll second it.
Madam Chairman, please.
I vote for. I've seconded for the recorded vote. We are now going to the vote at long last, and I vote for it. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Bisnal Singh.
Is this for a recorded vote or actual on the
We are
proposal?
voting for the proposal.
Voting for the proposal. Now that the SB1 is included, I'll vote for.
Councillor Cabry Brown. Councillor Milnes.
Extremely reluctantly for.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Reid.
For.
Councillor Robbins.
For.
Councillor Selby.
Abstaining on highway safety concerns. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Baxter.
Abstain.
Councillor Stevens.
Abstain.
The result was 9 for, 3 abstain, 1 against. The proposal was carried, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Right. We are very short of time because people didn't come back last time on time. I give you 5 minutes. I expect you to be back at 5 o'clock. That gives us 14 minutes to get through the next one. Thank you. Thank you. Can people please make sure they are back in the chamber at 5 o'clock, please? Thank you. Can you make sure you're wearing your masks, please, when you're moving around? Thank you.
sign the party on it, that's my problem.
Thank you. Right, we will continue with the meeting, please. We will continue with the meeting, please. And this is item 9. Sorry. Item 9, S20-0345, and we have Miranda Beavis, Development Manager Planning, doing the presentation. Thank you. And we do have a speaker on this, John Dickey. Thank you so much for being very patient and waiting.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Okay, so this application is sorry, I'll try and get a bit closer. This application is S20-0345, and it's for the proposed erection of an earth-sheltered dwelling with associated hard and soft landscaping and the erection of 3 commercial buildings. The site address is the land to the west of Bridgend, Colsterworth. The key issues are principle of development, character and appearance of the area, highway safety, drainage and flooding, residential amenity, biodiversity and geodiversity, and economic prosperity. This plan shows the outline of the application site in red. To the west, outlined in blue, is land also in the applicant's ownership. To the north of the application site is the A1. This aerial view better demonstrates the area of land that is under consideration. To the southwest of the site is Colsterworth Village, and the land is considered to be in open countryside. This block plan indicates the proposed location of the earth-sheltered dwelling, which you can see in green just to the south of the site, with the proposed commercial buildings to the north of the site. The proposed layout plan shows this in more detail. It's proposed that there would be 1 access point from the A1 slip road. Sorry, just need to go. Oh, sorry, apologies, I think I went too far. Yeah, sorry. This image is taken from the drawing provided by the applicant to illustrate that there would be a routing arrangement to access the site. Lincolnshire County Council Highways Authority has commented that the proposed business use involves large HGVs, which would not be able to manoeuvre safely into the existing access when approaching from the direction of the northbound slip road, resulting in no left turn out or right turn into the site. I think because it's on Zoom, I don't think I have a pointer, but I can use the mouse. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The next slide actually is I've done a bit better routing plan that you'll be able to see. So basically resulting, so it's not considered acceptable on highway safety terms. So to illustrate what the solution that the applicants have put forward, I've done a little plan for you. So this is when vehicles want to enter the site from the A1 southbound. So let me try my best with this pointer. So they would come off here, but they would have to actually drive past the entrance to the site because they wouldn't be allowed to turn in. And then they would go over the flyover down the B6. I can't read it properly because my eyesight's not that brilliant. Down this road here. And then they would have to turn around at the McCain logistics factory and come back over the flyover and then enter the site. Okay, and this is, I did one similarly. So this is for vehicles exiting the site and then travelling northbound. So the solution put forward by the applicants again was to exit the site here. They would be able to turn right, but then they would have to, I've put two options on here because I wasn't sure which they would actually have to take because of the 7-ton weight restriction for the vehicles. But either way, they have to do quite a convoluted route to be able to then re-enter the A1 northbound. Yeah, that's correct. So, this elevation plan actually shows the design of the earth shelter dwelling that would be built into the slope, having a very contemporary appearance, large plate glass walls and featuring some natural materials. The plan shows a section of the site demonstrating the levels, slip road at the top and the river width on the edge of the site. So this is the slip road at the top where you could see the cars. Sorry, it keeps jumping. There are proposed floor plans of the house, illustration in what the house will look like and also what it will look like within the landscape. This plan shows the design of the commercial buildings which are to be sited at the north of the site. This is an artist's impression of what the proposed dwelling will look like and how it will appear from within the site. And this is just another artist's impression provided by the applicants. This is an artist's impression of how the site would be viewed from Bridgend. Because the house has got a green roof, it's actually not visible from the street scene. These are some photographs that were taken by Richard Shaw, the urban designer, which just illustrate the surrounding landscape. The image here just shows that there's actually a nature trail that runs very close to the application site, and it's marked in red here on this plan. And that's just a photograph of the nature trail itself. And a key element of the proposal is that the river is close by. These are just site views from an adjacent road. A view from the footpath to the west of the site. This again was taken by the urban designer, just saying that the site would have a clearer view in the winter. So the valuation of the proposal, the principle of the development, just a second. It's considered that the erection of 3 employment units and the operation of business would be acceptable in accordance with policies E5 and E7 of the local plan, on the proviso that there was no adverse impact on highway safety. However, the erection of a dwelling in this location is not in accordance with SP5 of the local plan, which is development in open countryside, as insufficient justification has been provided that a dwelling needs to be on the site. The impact on the character and appearance of the area is not been demonstrated that the earth shelter dwelling is of exceptional quality, truly outstanding or innovative, and falls short of meeting the criteria of NPPF paragraph 79E. It is considered that there is no impact on residential amenity. The landscape visual impact assessment does not follow best practice guidance and is not considered sufficient. The LVIA does not give any emphasis to the nature trail. However, sufficient information has now been submitted in order to assess the impact on biodiversity and ecology and the site and the surrounding area. The access to the highway safety, I refer to my previous slides, and there is concerns about entering and leaving the site so close to the A1 trunk road. a report was actually received last night, so it was too late to be included in the late items paper from the applicants, where they had a highway consultant. In summary, the report states that it's a technical note that concludes that the proposal makes use of an existing agricultural access, removes perceived dangerous movements, would be very lightly trafficked, and does not cause a potential safety hazard. I did actually manage to forward a copy of the report to the Lincolnshire County Council Highways officer, and he came back to me with a response. He stated that the submitted report does provide some new information, i.e. low frequency of movements. However, it does not provide details of the types or size of vehicles that operators would use. It does state also that it would be solely for employees. He summed up saying that there would certainly be highway benefits in moving the commercial operation away from its current location. However, he doesn't think they would want reassurance that it's actually not going to cause a highway safety issue at this site. So whilst the technical note maintains that vehicles cannot turn right into the site, so it doesn't really change the recommendation in the main report, in that it's going to result in a convoluted detour for the heavy goods vehicles. In summary, it's recommended that the proposal is refused for the reasons outlined in the committee report, which are that it's contrary to policy SP5, that it's not been demonstrated there's an essential need for the house to be in open countryside. It's not been demonstrated that the house is of exceptional quality in accordance with paragraph 79 of the NPPF, and insufficient evidence has been submitted to demonstrate safe and suitable access and egress to the site, resulting in an unacceptable impact on highway safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And bearing in mind that we are nearly up to our extra time, I need to vote for another 30 minutes for extra time. Thank you. We have first and seconders. Thank you. Now, could I call Mr. John Dickey? Thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Chairman. In the report, officers say that the design cannot be considered innovative because of similarities to the consented Castle Bytham developments. I'm sorry, but that can't be right. We are constantly being told by officers that every application must be considered on its own merits. Well, surely that philosophy must apply here. Paragraph 79 of the NPPF is quite clear that a design, and I quote, should be truly outstanding or innovative. The use of the word "or" is very significant. In any event, government's current proposals to change paragraph 79 in the new NPPF removes the word innovative completely, as it's led to regular misinterpretation by both applicants and decision makers over time. Whilst we say that the proposals before you are the proposal is highly innovative in many ways, the main issue centers on design. Is it truly outstanding or not? Officers suggest that our appraisal of the site falls short of what might be expected of a paragraph 79 proposal. I have to disagree. My exhaustive appraisal submitted in June 2020 shows quite clearly that in this case, a dwelling can only be sited in one singular position if it's to be outside of flood zone 3. There's simply no point in examining alternative locations or designs, as there are none. It follows, given the sloping terrain and the EA flood mapping, that we can only build an earth-sheltered structure on the site, hence my design solution. I hate to say it, but it almost designed itself. And if we're talking about environmental harm and visual impact, it's quite obvious that the industrial buildings, now completely supported by officers, have far more effect on the landscape than the inconspicuous house ever can.
Madam Chairman, I'm reminded of the words spoken by a previous chairman, Martin Wilkins, when this committee considered the Water Lane proposal back in 2018, where he said that not only should we be supporting this application, but also encouraging others who wish to develop exemplar eco houses in South Kesteven. A year later, your officers approved a further paragraph 79 dwelling off Cumberland Gardens. South Kesteven therefore has an enviable track record of supporting well-designed, sustainable and climate change resistant developments. Finally, our previous and identical submission for this project was written up for approval by Abiola Labisi in July 2019, but blocked by the then interim head of planning, Sam Dewar, who asked us for further information in relation to the applicant's business and the justification for the adjacent dwelling on security and operational grounds. We duly followed this advice and Stratton Parker provided the appropriate report, which comprehensively covered these issues. We are surprised, therefore, that officers consider the need for the dwelling is unproven. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And do I have any questions for the agent, please? Thank you, Councillor Baxter.
What about the highways concerns?
Yeah, we've been talking to John Sharp at Lincolnshire County Council Highways Department for some time. When we first submitted this application, must be 2.5 years ago, we had no objections whatsoever from Lincolnshire County Council Highways. Their objection only materialised during a Zoom pad meeting right at the beginning of this year, from memory, or it might have been a late last year. We've been negotiating with them. We've been looking at different routing arrangement, different access arrangement. It got to the point a few weeks ago where my clients and I decided we need to get a highways consultant involved in this. So we engaged Nigel Weeks at Sterling Maynard, and they came up with a report. And I think if they'd had more time, they would have come up with a more comprehensive report that would have actually covered the actual vehicles that that my clients use in their operation, in their forestry operation. That further information, as the case officer indicated earlier, is missing. We will provide that information to LCC Highways, and the feedback I have from Sterling Maynard is that all these issues are resolvable. They're technical, and they're to do with the actual access geometry at the point of entry in the site and the routing arrangements thereafter. These issues we feel are completely resolvable.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Microphone, please.
So really, this is a yes or no answer. So do you accept at this point in the hearing of this application, there is an impasse between LCC Highways and your own very late consultant's advice?
Yes, but we were in negotiations with County Council over this matter. We didn't expect to be at committee here today. We expected to have more time to get this sorted out, and in the end, we had very little time to get this sorted out. Hence, the technical note from Sterling Maynard only being produced and submitted yesterday as part of the proposal.
Do I have any other? Councillor Bishnal Singh.
Thank you very much for your presentations. Will it be possible for you to give us any indications from the business activities? How many HGVs vehicles will be accessing the sites and egressing from the sites, and also with regards to the employees' numbers that we're using cars to access it?
Yeah, the extent of employees and vehicle activities are contained within the application. But the vehicles that my client uses, they're usually referred to as road trains. So they're rather large tractors that will pull a trailer. They are classified, I'm sure, as HGVs because of the sheer size of the things. One of the issues that they have at the moment in the North Witham location is that in order to get onto the A1, to go either north or south, they have to go to Colsterworth. There's no other way. So they go to Colsterworth, and if anyone's familiar with the crossroads there, they have to make a right turn. Well, I don't like making that right turn in a car, and I certainly wouldn't want to do it in a road train where you've probably got a bonnet that's over 12 foot long. relocating to this site at Colsterworth on Bridge End takes out that highway safety issue completely. And it was referred to earlier by the case officer and in the note that she had back today from presumably John Sharp. These issues we feel are very pertinent to this application. There are serious highway issues and they're compliant highway issues in the sense that there's no restriction in my clients going to that crossroads and making a right turn, but it's their only way of getting onto the main highway network as things stand at the moment.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions for the agent? No, thank you very much then. We'll have any questions for the officers in debate, please. Councillor Reid.
Debate, but not questions.
That's right. If you'd like to start the debate then, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm minded, owing to the circumstances around this particular application, to be equivocally fair to the applicant, and indeed in the situations that are before us this afternoon, to actually propose a deferment, because I think that the applicant should be given a further duration of time to negotiate further with LCC Highways to get an official extended point of view from Highways, namely John Sharp, whom I know through Highways and Planning, very professional gentleman. I'm sure he'll be giving it us. And I think we should revisit this fairly and squarely when we have that. And I make that as a proposition, and I'll call for a second.
Councillor Jackie Smith, second. Thank you. Councillor Harish, Ms. Nassing.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was going to second that because in view of what actually Councillor Reid says with regards to the late information, for us to consider it at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jeff wanted to speak. Or Chris, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, councillors. I'd just like to add that from our point of view, as an officer point of view, the applicant has had a significant amount of time to resolve this issue. The information they submitted to us was just after 6 o'clock last night. We have still taken that on board. So Miranda, myself and Jeff have discussed that this morning, and we've managed to get hold of John Sharp at LCC this morning, who still reiterated to us that his third reason for refusal, if you just bear with me, which was the insufficient evidence has been submitted to demonstrate safe and suitable access. That still applies even with this late note that the applicant submitted to us last night. So John Sharp's at the end of the day's advice is that advice still stands. It is still insufficient evidence. There is still a highway safety issue. What I'd like to point out is the applicant did talk about the existing scenario at North Witham and Colsterworth. We accept that from an officer point of view. We're not arguing that the existing scenario is not ideal. It's not, we fully accept that. However, this proposal effectively moves from one problem to potentially a much bigger problem by putting this proposal immediately on the A1 slip road. The transport note submitted by the applicant last night still keeps a no left turn out and a no right turn in. So even if we can come to a general conclusion between Highways and the applicant that you could do that safely, i.e. no left turn out, no right turn in, it still involves those very, very convoluted maps that Miranda had up on the screen earlier. Back up, Miranda, please. So even if we can come to a general sort of agreement between John Sharp and the applicant, we still have those significant issues in terms of highway safety. And from our point of view, we don't think we can condition that. So even if we get to the point where John Sharp from Highways and the applicant come to an agreement that the access can be safe with no left turn out, no right turn in, from our point of view, if you look at that map there, if you were to, if you go to the next one, please, Miranda. That one. So if you were to turn out of the site and go to the A1 northbound, you can leave the site and be on the A1 northbound in a car in, at a rough guess, 20 seconds, maybe quicker than that, to go left out the site. But we're blocking that left-hand turn. However, the right-hand turn out of the site to then go A1 northbound involves either the red route or the blue route shown there, which have 7.5 ton weight restrictions on. either of those routes, I do know the area roughly. I haven't driven those exact routes, but at a rough guess, you're talking easily 4 to 5 minutes. I'm happy to defer to the local ward member if there's a more accurate answer to that. But either way, it's definitely a few minutes versus 20 seconds. So whilst we can potentially condition that there's no left turn out, we don't think such a condition would be enforceable. The temptation there would be to turn left out of the site, to be on the A1 northbound within, say, 20 seconds, rather than take a 5-minute convoluted route round. Further, jump back to the other one. To turn back into the site, again, you've now got to drive. So to come off the A1 from the northbound, because we're not going to allow a right turn into the site, because that would be immediately on a blind corner coming straight off the A1 within a matter of meters. You would have to drive past the site entrance, loop around, back over the flyover, up to Easton, which I don't want to go into details, but that's been to committee beforehand, and we know what's happening up at Easton in terms of the proposed development and the number of HGVs that generates. Come all the way back down that road, back over the flyover, and then turn left into the site. So what the point I'm trying to make, Planning Committee, is if it was deferred for further agreement, we may reach the agreement, but unfortunately from our officer point of view, it's still not going to change that recommendation. It'll still be refused on highways grounds, because effectively we don't feel we can condition the potential solution to it, if that makes sense.
Councillor Reid.
As a point of information, Chairman, in my humble opinion, this application today should have been withdrawn. I'm not prepared to listen to probably substantiating reasons as to why we should still consider it, literally off the cuff within a few seconds. I don't understand why it wasn't. So my recommendation for deferral until we can have that information that members of the committee can properly digest, I wish to uphold. And furthermore, it adds further debate to when a cut-off point for additional information. We've been calling for it to be 2 days before. Oh, it can't be. 1 day before. It can't be. Now we're told 6 o'clock at night the day before. And now we get this scenario. And I'm sorry, you can't ask anybody of reasonable or sound mind to suddenly decide this at this time, this way. I uphold it should have been withdrawn, and so therefore I uphold my decision for asking for a deferral. Thank you.
And I wish to second that, every word.
Thank you. We've got Penny speaking next. Thank you. Councillor Mills.
Yes, thank you. Well, I agree with Robert that it should have been withdrawn, or we refuse this application. That's up to the applicant, of course. To defer it, I think, extends the agony, doesn't it? A lot of time has already been given, a lot of chances to give the information, and presumably, if what Chris is saying, that is it John Sharp is still of his original opinion. But it's not just highways, is it? That there's other basic principles of policy that this is contrary to. So I really don't see what we'd gain by deferring it at this stage when we know what we've got. If the applicant wishes to withdraw it and resubmit when they've got more information, that's up to the applicant to decide. But bearing in mind we've got these other policies that it's contrary to, and sufficient highways objections, and the complicated routes, I think, speaks for itself. And the fact that the site they're on at the moment at North Witham is particularly clever for them really doesn't justify the choice of a poor site in replacing it. So that's my view on it. And I'd propose that either the applicant is asked to withdraw the application, or we go ahead and refuse it as per the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Is that a definite proposal that you wish to?
Yes, I'll propose that.
Are you proposing the officer's recommendation of refusal?
Yes, I am. I don't know if we can give the applicant a chance to withdraw or not, but I really don't see deferring it being a sensible way forward at this stage.
You can make a contrary obviously the proposals are approve, refuse or defer, not give them the option to withdraw. So if you're proposing refusal, then you're putting that on the table for someone to potentially second.
Thank you. That was councillor Bijna Singh. Councillor Charmaine Moore.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, I was wondering if it's possible for our officers to illustrate the issue with the current, the existing North Witham site that was mentioned, the highways issue regarding turning right. Just trying to weigh up risk.
Well, that really isn't anything to do with this planning application. That's got nothing to do with it. Thank you. Councillor Penny Robbins, please. Sorry, thank you very much. That could be noted. Councillor Selby.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Did Robert have a seconder? Please? He did, okay. So obviously his proposals coming first then before they, okay. I'd just like to say, I'm always happy to support going back to highways to discuss with them on safety issues, more than happy to, Madam Chairman. But just on the application itself, I actually really like the creativity of it, or the innovation as it's been put. It's just a shame we've got the sticking points on the highways issues, but yeah, on the creativity, yeah, really like it, I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have our proposal for deferment. We have that seconded. So can I have a vote? All those in favour of a deferment, please raise your hands. Is your hand up?
Yes, but we didn't know what you said.
Sorry, Councillor Reid has made a proposal to defer the application. So that's what we're voting on now. So.
Sorry, we're just, Shelley and I are just discussing the order of the votes. Can you just bear with us just 1 second? Thank you. Chairman, as there are two proposals currently on the table. One came in for deferral and was seconded and became the substantive motion on the table, but then a second proposal came in and was seconded. So we need to take a vote and the committee need to decide whether the proposal for refusal becomes the substantive motion. If yes, then we would vote then on the refusal. But if no, that refusal would fall away and we'd vote on the deferral. Does that make sense?
Oh, I'm confused now.
We need effectively the first proposal's there, but then a second proposal has come in. So we vote to decide whether that second proposal replaces the first proposal as the substantive motion.
Right, we'll go with what I said in the first place. So we're voting for.
I'd just say that I've spoken to the applicant, but only in regards as much as the original deferral, which was about 6 weeks ago, I believe. So.
Right, okay, thank you. That'll be noted. So we are voting to defer the matter. That's been first and seconded. So all those in favour of deferment, please raise your hand. Oh, no, I don't. 7-4 deferment. Those against? Six.
If members could show their hands again, please. So we've just voted for, and then now we're on the who's against the proposal. Yes, so 1, 2.
Against
Of deferment. No,
So the proposition on the table now is from Councillor Reid, who wished to defer
Defer.
the application. So we're taking a vote on that. So we've had the vote for Councillor Reid's proposition. Now I'm seeking
those
to vote
against.
those voting against the proposition. And any abstentions?
Any abstentions? So that was 7-4, 5 against, no abstention, so it's passed. The item will be deferred. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So I will close. So I will close the meeting at 5:37. Thank you very much. But before you all go, can we just wait for the cameras to go off and then I want a quick word? Thank you.